I'm out of fire crystals and I have to go sell ingots, damn it.
Hey, Cat, you're still there, right?
Uh-huh, yep.
Alright, just checking.
Yeah, I've just been moving wheat, buddy. It's something like 200 wheat.
Yeah, it's all good. I got all the way to the town, like to the far southwest.
Alright.
And then when I got there, it got attacked by a bunch of bandits. Like just patrolling bandits spawned on the road and attacked the town because they're hostile to the guards. And I got in the middle of it. And the problem is, as soon as they got in combat, I couldn't finish building my, what's it called? My travel sign. So I got fighting, and I was
Oh.
doing okay one-on-one, and then one of the other bandits fucking jumped up behind me and murdered me.
Oh no, and your
So
body's all the way down there, okay.
I made it all the way to this fucking town. Now all the bandits down there are actually like wearing like half plate and have actual iron weapons and shit.
Yeah.
Like they're scary. So I got all the way fucking there, and then I got murdered, and I'm gonna have to run all the way back now.
Yeah, I want to do this run too.
Oh, apparently we can't build our village hall.
Careful, as you come into the sign, there's a patrol moving north, just south of the sign.
Oh. I
Like
Are you
by
heading?
Blackfish Bowl.
Are you heading south right now?
Yeah,
to
I'm
the
gonna head.
village?
Yeah, I'm gonna head south because it doubles the chances, right? Like, there's so many patrols and stuff, right? That like we mainly want to get your loot out, right? Or build the sign. One of
Well,
the-
that's what I was thinking. If you're running down there, you could go and finish my sign because I already placed it. I just had to finish clicking.
yeah,
Like I put the materials down. I just didn't finish clicking before they aggroed me and stopped my ability to build. So if you
yes.
want to go down and finish it and then just let me know, that would actually make my life a hell of a lot easier. And then I can focus on crafting.
Uh huh.
Okay, thanks. That'll.
No problem, buddy. That's what.
Because it turns out for the town hall, you need a carpenter's hammer to construct that building. So all the materials are placed, but we can't do anything yet because you need a carpenter's hammer. So I gotta make some of those now. Didn't realize that was actually gonna be a thing. Good chance for me to equip some of the villagers too. Because I got a few new ones and they're very powerful if I just give them gear.
If I could draw the bow, I could kill all these things. They make the drawing the bow really annoying and dumb.
Oh wow, with the building hammer, you have to actually go to the dots and do this like 10-second animation for every dot.
Yeah.
This is actually tedious. I want NPCs to do this, but they'll never get done.
Yeah, there's a mechanic in Icarus that I particularly dislike that I think slightly mars the game where like they have this storm come in like Stalker 2 that every I don't know, 15 minutes something like that. And the storm rattles your twig or wood house until you progress to stone. And the in the storm uh every 15 minutes you have to go to every wall in your entire base with a wood hammer, and it runs this circle that takes about 10 seconds to complete for you to fix the wall enough where it's back in shape so it doesn't like fall apart, and then you lose the house in the storm. And then it turns into this like sort of, you know, fixing the walls mini game that's almost more of that than it is the game. At least in the early game it's like that. I think they do this to discourage you from trying to play solo, because fixing the house is probably a lot faster with two people, you know. But yeah, like that fixing the house thing, I don't really appreciate it. Like that's something that Rust does fairly well. If you look at something with a hammer, Rust, and you press left click, it fixes. Just like 7 days.
Well, it definitely makes me appreciate the building more when it takes like 10 minutes to build instead of just a few seconds of clicking.
Yeah, good building should take some time and really feel like an investment.
Well, the NPCs are helping too. They couldn't at first because we didn't have any crafting hammers, but we just got like 4 of them made. So now, like, I got one NPC here helping me build. But without any hammers, yeah, they weren't building, so the structure was just sitting there.
Yeah, today I was offline on Rust for 5 days or for 5 hours because it's Rust White Day, and it took me 5 hours, 5 solid hours to secure a 3x3. Well, it's a 3-story 3x3, so I guess you could call that 9 tiles total. And like yeah, and it was a long bit. I don't have a wall up yet, but it was like 5 hours of hard, real work. And at the end of it, I felt fucking good. You know, I like building for 5 hours and looking at the castle afterwards and being like, oh, this was so worth it. You know. This game is turning out to be like that too. Our village is starting to look fucking amazing, Begon. Like,
That's kind of slow lately.
hell, it's a survival game. It's not going to be fast. Okay, I'm at your body.
I'll just finish the travel
Uh
post.
huh. Mm-hmm. Now, I didn't bring an axe. And I didn't think about this till just now.
Finish the travel
Oh,
post.
travel sign. I see. So there we go. There we go. Yes, there we go. Travel sign. Yay, it's up. It's up.
Okay.
So I was
I'll
thinking
get
that
there.
you might require me to do logs, and I was like, I didn't bring an axe, but no, you had it all.
You can make an axe if you just run around enough, but
Oh yeah.
I
Oh, I
told you
thought you
placed
needed a
it.
workbench for that. No.
I told you I placed it, and my only problem was I didn't finish clicking before I got aggroed.
Do you need an axe? Oh, sorry. Do you need a workbench for an axe?
No.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know because it's actually come up a couple of times. I would rather make an axe in the wild than carry one around with me and take up my torch slot. Horndean. I gotta say, this game's soundtrack is exquisite for like even most modern standards. I think this soundtrack rivals something like Fallout 76. It's so good. Very subtle strings and stuff. It's not AI like slop. It's a band, and they're good too. They remind me of this wonderful, wonderful soundscape band that I've worshipped for like 20 years. They're called Break of Reality. They're entirely cellos, 4 cellos, and some drums. 4 cellos and some like war drums, not war drums, but acoustic drums, not really like electric mic'd drums, more like the kind you would hear from like march drums. And this soundtrack sounds so much like Break of Reality. And that band makes me emotional. They're actually really good. Some of these video game developers are getting smarter about their choices. Because something that makes it much easier for me to hang around is if the soundtrack's like really, really good. I think some of these boys think that they can just run AI to fix that. I don't think so. I think music needs to stay human. Well, not stay human, but I mean, music needs to be written with a human touch. The human part of what music is what makes it so good. Very New World soundtrack, actually. This soundtrack's very reminiscent of New World. Very, very autumnal would be the word I would say. And it's weird because autumnal is a seasonal thing, but I'm using it to describe the music because it is autumnal. It's a odd mix of country, twangy, autumnal, like seasonal world music. There's Vedic chants up in it. But usually I really dislike it when they do that, but their usage is good. Okay, another 30 wheat or whatever.
Oh, we got 3 villagers out here helping build the town hall. It's actually coming together finally.
Yeah. Is there anything I can do to help build? Do you need like logs or anything, or?
No, everything's placed. It's just clicking the little dots.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's, like I said, with 3 villagers out here, it's actually going up. The problem is it's nighttime, so they're about to all go to sleep. Actually, yes, that's what you can do to be helpful, is go to sleep now.
Mm-hmm.
Because, yeah, I would rather have them slave away on the town hall and me not slave away on the town hall.
That's correct.
Because, yeah, it's tedious to build when it takes like 10-second animations and there's like 100 of them to get the frickin' town hall built.
Are we gonna need like walls? Have they given you like indications of a wall?
We could make fences, but all I think that would do is just limit the like areas where bandits can come from. There's still gonna come. It's just like I can wall off part of the approach.
Oh yeah, so you can have your own like little place. That's interesting. Oh, I'm out of food. After, I don't know, let's see how long we've been doing this. After, what's the name of this game? Bellwright. After, yeah, about 15, 20 hours. I don't have a lot of complaints about this game. I think the hitboxes could be better. That's about it.
A lot of it was just kind of learning the flow of the game. And
yeah,
like
I didn't see
how to make NPCs fill the roles.
I will admit, I've got to say this. Usually, I see the vision fucking clearly, like hour 1, but this game kind of flew through me for a loop as to what the vision was. I'm not so used to RTS. That's a genre. What's that?
Okay, maybe there's a little bit of RTS.
This is RTS. It's a strong RTS.
It's not really strategy though.
It's not. No.
You just make them follow you, and they auto run into the melee.
Instead of left clicking on an RTS screen, I think you kind of move around with your troops.
Check out the town hall, by the way. It's really neat looking at this thing come together.
Oh yeah.
Holy fuck! She just finished a section of the. There's like 200 little white dots popped up around the building now. Oh, good luck getting this build. I'm sure as fuck not building it out. Now look, like each log was like.
Here, give me the hammer.
It's in the bank.
Okay, where's the bank?
No, look at all these fucking white dots, though. There's so many.
When you say bank, do you mean like one of these stockpiles?
Yeah,
Okay, which one? Oh,
I don't know.
oh, research for mace. Hmm.
It's in one of them.
I will erect this.
I mean, you're free to work on it. We
I'm
have
going
villagers
to
doing
work
it.
on it.
They'll do it a lot faster.
I went to town hall yesterday.
Yeah, the town hall is literally what's stopping us from progressing right now.
I will help. I just don't have a hammer, and I don't know where you stuck it.
Well, one of the villagers might have grabbed it. That's also a possibility.
Can I make one, or is it too expensive?
You can make it.
Okay. What is the hammer called?
Yeah, you go to the workbench.
Alright. Ah, carpenter's hammer. Here we go. Right at the top. I missed it. Wood and rope. Okay. Rope or cord? Or are they the same thing? I guess they are.
Yeah, just like I was helping build the town hall. I'm glad I stopped after seeing how many freaking dots there are.
Yeah.
Like it's a really cool process, but having to do each one of those is so tedious looking.
Oh no, here's 5 carpenter's hammers. Huh. Sweet.
Yeah, I put down for them to like maintain a count of 5 hammers or something like that. The problem is whenever someone grabs one, now the count went down one, so they go and craft another. So we end up with like 10 of them.
Cool. Like, when this dude finished his, it, like, actually showed what he did. Me and the villagers be erecting a steeple.
Yeah, it better be an impressive town hall when it's done. It's been a lot of work.
This reminds me of his this old song by Weird Al Yankovic called Amish Paradise. The lyrics go, hitching up the buggy, churning lots of butter, raise the barn on Monday, soon I'll raise another. Think you're really righteous? Think you're pure in heart? Well, I know I'm a million times as humble as thou art. At 4:30 in the morning, I'm milking cows. Jebediah feeds the chickens and Jacob plows. Each and every dot is an actual plank. That's pretty fucking cool. That's outside the that's outside the box. We've not seen anything like that before, I don't think.
That's why I saw how many dots there were, and I was like, I'm done.
Mm-hmm. What's your lucky do? What's your lucky do? Pandas do kung fu. And I've been milking and plowing so long that even Ezekiel thinks that my mind is gone. I'm a man of the land, I'm into discipline. Got a Bible in my hand and a beard on my chin. But if I finish all my chores and you finish thine, then tonight we're gonna party like it's 1699. This is where they're going to yell at you for telling them that, for charging them too much taxes. And only you. I'm going to tell it's you. I'm going to tell them it's you. You're the figurehead here. Blame Trump. Blame big on. Yeah. When the taxes are too high, I'm gonna tell them it's your fault.
You talking about the game or real life?
In the game. These villagers. This is the town hall. This is where they're gonna yell at you when when the taxes are too high. I'm gonna tell them it's you. It's your foreign dependency on wheat.
It's not my fault these villagers are too illiterate to learn how to raise wheat.
Yeah, it's fair point.
They can't grow their fucking wheat because we grow it in Ukraine too much, then that's their fault, not mine.
Work.
Nice that town hall's done, because then we can unlock the better workbench, and then I can learn how to make a bell tower, and then we can actually go about liberating a town, finally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if there's one thing I have not found yet, it is iron. I would imagine iron should be somewhere around, like, Horndean. Oh, wait, there's iron on the map. Shit, I found iron.
Wait, you did? Where?
Yeah, I got it on my map when I was exploring, like, when I was running down to Horndean.
Oh.
So I actually see one iron node. There's also a node of granite there. So the problem
I
is it's
saw
too far away.
granite.
We're not going to be able to assign workers to harvest anything there because it's too far. But we could always go down there with pickaxes. In fact, that would probably... We can't use iron yet, but if you're looking for something like just mindless labor-wise you could do,
Work.
iron and granite is probably it now.
I know where I found a lot of granite near Bradford.
I told you, it's over by... Was that Bradford in the south? Hornmead.
No. Hornmead. It was where
No,
Hornmead.
'cause we have shared map exploration, I
We
think.
do. So down by Horndean, you saw iron.
Yeah, just north of it, there's a granite node and an iron node.
All right then. Yeah. So I'll take a pickaxe and.
That would even be something to like build another travel post next to, just because, like I said, we're not going to be able to use NPCs to harvest iron because it's too far away. From
Oh
our
yeah,
village.
there is a road at north out of Horndean. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think the answer is that we're going to have to harvest all of our granite and iron. It's going to be a pain in the ass, but I think that's what has to actually happen. Unless if there's a way to do trade routes later, like once you liberate villages, I think you can start doing trade routes with villages. And that might be a way to get iron.
Yeah.
But we currently, unless if that's the thing, we have no way to get iron with NPCs, which is gonna suck.
Nope. This is a gameplay loop I'm very used to. You tell me what we're short on, I go fix it.
But we don't need it yet because we don't have any way to craft with it.
Good point. So what's the barrier?
I mean, it's good to stock up. So like, there's no problem if you were to stock up for us now, because then when we can make it, we already got a whole bunch.
Okay.
Whereas right now, helping to build the town hall, I mean, sure it helps.
Town hall's
technically,
done.
Oh, it is.
I think
didn't
so.
check back
Yeah, I
then.
couldn't find any dots with my hammer. Yeah.
Okay, because yeah, the NPCs will just do that if you leave them alone. They do it really well.
Yeah, they did. I watched them do it. I sat there with them and did it with them. It was amazing.
And it would have been a lot of work.
No, it was like 5 minutes. Maybe longer. Maybe that was like 10 minutes, I guess.
Oh, it's not done. No, the villagers are.
Oh, there's still working. I couldn't get dots with the hammer anymore.
Oh, there's dots everywhere.
Really? I'm okay. I was glitched or something. I couldn't get any more. I kept taking the hammer on and off. I was like, I can't see any dots, and we must
Well,
be
you
done.
don't need the hammer to see dots.
Oh.
It's also done in stages, so when you get all the dots that are existing, it'll give you a new series of dots if there's still any construction to do.
I thought we were done. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't have a hammer on me, and I can see the dots everywhere. There's just two dudes hammering away. They're slowly getting it done. Yeah, I was thinking, like, I should have had an announcement or something if we got that done.
I don't have food. I'm going to come back.
food definitely becomes a hassle, but at least it's automated.
What does iron look like? Is it kind of like stand out like copper does? Oh shit! This town's under attack
I
now.
haven't
I'm
actually
dead.
seen the iron,
Okay.
but it's on the map. I walked right past it, so I know it's there. I just haven't looked at the nodes. It's got to be nodes, just like with copper.
Yeah, so it'll stand out.
Yeah, and you just have to go up and hold your mouse down for 5 minutes while it fills your inventory. I mean, easier thing is just find a weight to put against your mouse if you don't have a macro.
I do. I've got a 9-button mouse.
Oh, village hall must have just finished.
I was like, I couldn't find any dots. I think it's sort of glitchy a little bit.
That's done it. Well, the thing is, from how many dots I saw, I don't think there's any way they would have finished it. So I don't know what the fuck happened.
It's finished.
It's that there were a lot of dots, but yeah, it says it's finished
It's
now.
finished now, yeah.
I'm talking to an alchemist, and then I'll come back and check it out. Problem is, it's about time to quit for tonight.
Yeah.
And since I have my kids this weekend, I don't know that
Oh,
I'm
good.
going to be able to commit to many sessions. It's not like
That's
I'll have
okay.
a few hours here and there, but
Yeah.
not like a dedicated playtime.
Slow weekend. That's fine by me, buddy. I always got other games, and the stream's always on the background.
Yeah, that's the situation of a divorced father. Is you have one weekend with kids and one weekend without. And even when I do get my daughter primary, I'll still have a weekend without her.
Yeah.
So I have a weekend of no life, then a weekend of life.
Yeah. That's
What I
good
need
balance.
to do, what I need to do is become a passport bro, but I don't want to leave the country.
Why do you need to become a passport, bro?
I can find a woman that actually has family values and isn't going to
Oh.
leave me.
My best friend, who I've known since I was 13 years old, he'll say this to people, and he doesn't mean it in some weird way, but he won't marry an American woman. And he didn't either.
Well,
He
I
didn't
don't.
marry. He didn't marry an American woman in the end. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
I'm not a world traveler, and I don't know where you'd find like some nice girl from Japan or the Philippines or some shit like that. You know.
I don't. I'm
Also,
sure they
that's
exist.
that's kind of a jump to like try to get that kind of relationship with someone that's overseas. If it's someone that moved here already, that's different. But if you're trying to like find some Filipina or something like that, I mean, they're pretty far away, and that just kind of boggles my mind that someone would get into a marriage level relationship with someone that they can only communicate with virtually.
Well, yeah, long distance is one thing. Like it was easier for him because he is like a spiritual guru, and he has like 1,000 people in his community. So like kind of like a church. So he has like basically a Hindu church that he can easily meet women from all types of cultures. I've met Japanese, Syrian. Yeah, they'll come through looking for transcendental meditation. And so, he had a very global community to pick from. Easier that way, like a global church type deal. TM school.
Well, yes, cult leaders have an easy time finding someone.
Whatever.
But no, I know what you're saying. It's
He's a priest. I would say that's an accurate statement.
now I need to figure out how we do the next thing.
In Hindu, they call it Swami.
Alright, so we built the town hall, and then advanced research desk. Where do I get that? I go to regular research desk, and I don't see it as an option. I go to the build menu, and I don't see advanced research desk anywhere. It's not inside of the building, is it?
Okay, I've found the iron now, and I see what you say, and I'm going to build a sign.
Oh, here it is. Yep, advanced research desk. It's at the town hall. Oh, neat. You can make a food cellar. Food stored here will not spoil as quickly. That's really good. Yeah, we can make houses now once I actually research it.
Yeah, one of the things I loved about growing up on the East Coast was that if you dug down about a story and a half, you had a freezing ass motherfucking mine basically. That that ground is cold. And
Oh,
cellars would stay cold all year long. All year long, you could keep food down there and stuff.
there's a lot of really cool buildings here. I'm kind of excited.
Yeah, dude. Hell's yeah, that's good. You got seeing a bit of the future here.
We gotta learn how to make some meat stew and mushroom stew. Let me go see if we can. Like, in order to learn how to make the food storage, you have to get meat stew and mushroom stew, which seems very weird to me. I don't know why you have to have stew to learn how to build a pit in the ground.
I think they have this thing where they're like, you have to do this in tier progression, and but they're never honest about it. So they make the last thing the requirement, even if the last thing is soup.
I see the meat stew, and we do have the ingredients for it, so I'm just increasing the priority level, because I don't think we've ever really had our characters make meat stew at the cooking thing.
I've not done anything in this game but farm
Like, they're making mushroom stew, but meat stew takes
or fight.
sage, which seems...
We should have
I
some
don't know.
sage. I've been pulling in quite a bit of sage.
Yeah, we have sage.
Yeah.
I don't know why they haven't been actually making the meat stew, but like I said, I prioritized it, so they should start taking raw meat and making meat stew out of it. Because I need 2 meat stew to make that new building.
Oh, that was cool. Now I walked up to the bloomery and there was birds on it and they flew away. That was sweet. We have that in Rust. If you hit a tree, it sends these birds into the sky, which tells people that you're there hitting trees.
I'm glad I kind of built the town hall in a different location. Now the problem is that means they have to move farther to, say, bring research ingredients over,
Yeah.
but I think it's going to work out.
I need 2 logs.
Should be at the lumber camp.
Oh yeah. Mining camp 1. Oh yeah, the logging camp. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm off to put a sign at that iron ore. We can stop anytime you want to, buddy. Let me know. This travel sign system is what's the word? Like kind of profound, and I kind of want it in games. I think if you should be able to fast travel back to a road in a game, I think that's not a bad system actually. It's elevated. It's like an elevated system. It's better than what we normally get. The walking sim in this game doesn't feel that bad when you understand that you have the power to end it if you want to.
I think before I get off for the night, I want to finish cooking these 2 meat stews. So it'll just be a few minutes, but
Yep.
I don't want to stop in the middle of trying to get these damn meat stews done. So is your weight loss going okay still?
Yeah. I don't know what I'm at. I haven't weighed myself in a while, but yeah, I try to walk 2 hours every day. What a big change for me was like, I kind of made the mistake of saying on the stream this year that if I wanted to sit down for 14 hours a day, that I needed to walk for 2 hours a day. I kind of do feel that way. And I've been pretty good with it. The weather is sometimes shitty, and it's not fun to walk out on that road when it's fucking like really raining. But you know, I still do it. I've got like a nice, what do they call those? Galosh or whatever you call it. Not galoshes.
Sounds like a treadmill might be in order.
Rain jacket. No, I don't have enough room in my house. My house is like, I don't know, 400 square feet or something.
Oh, are you not living with your parents?
No, not at all. No, I own
Oh, okay,
I own
okay.
my own house, and I live on their land. Yeah, I live with my family, but I don't live in their house at all. Like I can like I can and do blast like heavy metal and rap and stuff like for my stream, over my woofer. I throw parties and stuff for the people because I have my own house.
Yeah, 400 square feet's like a box basically, though. Sounds
Yeah,
like.
it is a fifth wheel, which is like a trailer.
Okay, so it's like a permanent trailer, just not going anywhere.
Nope, it was yeah. We got it for 36 grand. It's got water, sink. Really, it was professionally like finished, and it's got good insulation. It's got solar power. Yeah, queen size bed. Kitchen's small, but I think a woman would be willing to live here. It's a big enough kitchen. Nice sink.
Are you able to go to the town and sleep?
No, I am far.
That's fine. I got all the ingredients put in the town hall.
Yeah.
Or the research bench. It just needs to be researched. So I'm at a point where I'm comfortable stopping for tonight.
Yeah,
How are
let's
you
stop. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, we can just stop whenever. I can stop here.
All right, it is saved and quitting.
All right, sweet.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know. I'll see if I see you. Otherwise, probably expecting back on Monday.
All right, buddy. Well, enjoy your weekend.
Yeah. Later, you too.
All right, later. Okay, this is Bellrite. We like Bellrite. It's fucking really good. It's like really actually a pretty good game. It's a good co-op game. I don't know if you would want to solo it, but it definitely is a really genuinely good co-op game, especially with somebody who has that analytical RTS mind who wants to dominate the AI. I don't really have a desire to do that, but he does. That's good. Now I don't. I think I will play New World. I missed the ECR tonight, but that's okay. And we're gonna get on Elden Ring, and I'm gonna do my playthrough here. So love that music, don't we? You are blasting me. Stop it. Stop it, you. Grayol's Dragon Barrel. I came here to farm up about 10,000 souls so I can buy out the vendors. Let's go do it. Might be a little too far. That is so many souls. I like this game. I've always liked this game. Yeah, I gotta kill about 10 of these, but that's about it. I remember playing this game when it was new, and I was like, oh, the horse doesn't look that good. This horse does not look that good. Do you see it? Its tail is disproportionate, and its butt's disproportionate, and the horse looks really pretty fucking odd. But it's still cool that we got a horse. You know, whatever. I remember when I first came to the BCO Sanctum, this is going to sound crazy, but I actually got in a party with Pokimane, and she pulled the BCO Sanctum boss, which kicked me out of the instance. Right up there at the top of the BCO Sanctum. It's on my channel. I don't know what day that was. But it is on my channel. It's there. Right up there in that doorway. Past that boss inside. There's a boss inside that place. And she had pulled that boss. It was insane. It kicked me out the minute she did. But it was her. Original name and everything. Fucking crazy. Oh no, I'm out. I'm out of mana. And I'm out of potions. $5,000 gold. Oh yeah, I bought a 725 ring. I forgot about that. Yeah, 725 ring. Nice. Gotta buy 3 diamonds here. Oh, the Wondrous Physique. I gotta upgrade to that. Oh yeah, I have an emergency flask. That's fucking sweet. That hurt the horse, not me. He didn't hit me. He hit the horse, which is funny. Because the horse doesn't matter. When I desummon, his health bar goes away. And it restores to full when you resummon him. That was preferable. I was like, oh, I took no damage, huh? No, took no damage? Hmm. Oh, it keeps hitching. Damn it. I don't know. I don't really like the music in this game very much. I think I'd rather go for the naturalist vibe of it. Yeah, the music kind of sucks, frankly. I didn't like the music in this game that much. It was alright. Did I sit? No. The stick looks weird. It looks like a giant baton. I got a somber smithing stone off that one on level 9. Vulgar militia, nice. Ha 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 ha!
how nice. Ah, how nice, please.
Okay, I bought everything on this vendor. And then, I guess I want to buy everything on that vendor. Orichalcum ingots. Oh, look, they're going to sell for a lot. Gonna go back out to the belt now. Well, I got all kinds of stuff to do on all the games, really. Failed to place, which isn't good. I have a set of mithril that just didn't sell for as much as I wanted. No, yeah, I placed all that I should place, I think. Failed to place, I'm full. Oh, I need fire crystals, oops. How much are fire clusters? A stack of fire clusters is 32,000. That's 3K a stack. A little bit less, like 2,600. That's insane compared to what I'm paying, which is 700. Well, oh yeah, I came back to talk to the vendor.
It's always the howl of a wolf in the mistwood. I suppose he must still be skulking about. I know. Why not meet him for yourself? Next time you hear the wolf's howl, make this signal right under the source. Don't fret. There is nothing to fear. I just have an inkling the two of you might hit it off.
Finger snap. Ooh, I'm making money. I can hear it. Yep, I bought out both the vendors, everything that they had that I value.
Goodbye. Nice to do business.
Okay, now I want to go back to my playthrough for...
We're gonna pick up that, and what else did you have? The bastard sword. As always, when you find a merchant, talk to him, see if there's anything you want.
Yes. So there's a vendor down here at the Castle Moor and Rampart, I think it was, or is it Bridge of Sacrifice? I don't know. I think it's Castle Moor and Rampart, I think. There's a vendor there that I was supposed to do. Yeah, sweet.
Buying or selling?
I'm poor. Yeah, I'm poor again. Crimson Amber Medallion, but it's not as good. Demi-human mobs. And this red thorn round shield.
South for Luke's Morning Star, Mighty Shot, and we're running to Grace that's ahead. As always, when you find a merchant, talk to him, see if there's anything you want. So cracked pots are always good. We don't need that note. Crimson Amber Medallion if you want it. I don't think it's worth it. Stone Sword Keys, always worth it. But we're going to pick up that. And what else did you have? The Bastard Sword. 1610. It's not bad. Not bad at this point in the game, but we get the Claymore in a little bit, which is the superior version. Now, as always, it's already the evening, so we're going to warp things back because the last thing you want to get do is spanked by a night boss, which there is one right where we're at. So, early morning, and we're going to continue our run south. It's Castle Morn, another spot with a legendary armament. We're not going all the way down there. We just want to skip this. And we're going to head on back.
That's something shooting at me, isn't it? I don't want to die.
Right, so we're just running back onto where we saw that grace. Now what we want to do, well, let me just rest at the grace so I'm out of combat from that archer. So you can see, looking at that, I can see that the Morning Star is going to have more attack power, and on top of that it has bleed, so that's already an auto pickup for me. So we have the map now, and what we're going to do is follow this path, and we want to swing into this village for a key item. We're going to get that, and then we're going to head up north for a grace, which should be right around here, and then we're going to head out west for a church. And then, let's see, church, and then we're going to head southwest for the lantern, which is down here. So, we have our markings, just to show those again. 1, 2, 3.
I like the way this guy does this.
Now, even though I am suggesting you play with a quality build, and I will be playing with a quality build for the series, I am going to go out of my way and show y'all where a starter item is for pretty much every build style. So regardless of what you want to do, if you want to play Faith, or you want to play Dexterity, or Strength, or, like I said, whatever you want to do, rest assured, between this episode and the next episode, you will have some really, really brutal starter items. So, grab the Sacred Tear. Be careful of these rats. Grab that. That's Flame of Frenzy. That's what we wanted. And then we're going to head out to number 2. Now, Flame of Frenzy is a absolutely... devastating spell. I cannot stress this enough. Even moving on the tier, be careful of these rats. Grab that. That's Flame of Frenzy. That's what we wanted. And then we're going to head out to number 2. Now, Flame of Frenzy is a absolutely devastating spell. I cannot stress this enough. Even moving all the way towards the very end of the game, my level 150 Faith build that I just put up on the channel, I still use that spell as one of my main damage dealers. So if you're playing a Faith build, trust me when I say that will carry you. That is your nuke if you want to be a Faith boy. out to number 2. Now, Flame of Frenzy is a absolutely devastating spell. I cannot stress this enough. Even moving all the way towards the very end of the game, my level 150 Faith build that I just put up on the channel, I still use that spell as one of my main damage dealers. So if you're playing a Faith build, trust.
So I had trouble seeing this grace that he just sat at. There it is. Yeah, like I had trouble finding this. I'm following along just right good. Where are these schematics? Oh, there. There. What time is it? It is 10:45. I think it's time to eat dinner. You know, the atmosphere is a little loud. I wonder if I can, like, fix that. I doubt it, but no, I don't think so. That's okay. Oh, I got a golden seed. The wind sound in Elden Ring is rather dominating, so I'm going to turn it down. Yeah, it's they're a little bit like less. Yeah, I can still hear it, but it's not like dominating the fucking soundtrack. Okay, I'm gonna watch something and eat something. There we go. Oh, here's Wendigoon from an hour ago. We like Wendigoon on this channel, and we'll be right back. I'm gonna throw something in the microwave.
past couple months, your TikTok and YouTube feed has been nothing but recordings of court cases.
Oops, there we go. Okay, so... Got enough fire crystals now.
For some reason, then you've probably come across something known as a
Oops.
If you're like me and for the past couple months your TikTok and YouTube feed has been nothing but recordings of court cases for some reason, then you've probably come across something known as a sovereign citizen. A sovereign citizen, for those of you that don't know, in very diluted terms, is someone who believes they do not have to abide by the rules of the country that they live in because they themselves are not a member of the country they live in and instead are just these lonely vagrants who exist to walk across the earth or something. What that tends to mean in practice is sovereign citizens get into all kinds of hijinks with anything that involves a court case or a police officer or authority in general. So if you're also like me, you've probably been watching these guys and wondering, where do they get all this? Like if you listen to the phrases that a lot of them repeat, sure, it may sound crazy, but there is a methodology to it. A lot of them will use the same terms and tactics and seem to follow a similar curriculum to get out of trouble. So I made the foolish mistake of finding out what these sovereign citizens are all about. And I came across not only a group of people who don't like the cops very much, but a group of people who have their own conspiracy theories, understanding of history, and in some cases, religion. And it was all way too weird to not talk about, so that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to talk about the history of sovereign citizens, primarily in the United States, but some of their effects in other countries as well. We're going to talk about their weird and wacky version of American history, some of their more outlandish conspiracy theories, why they think that can get them out of legal settings, and sadly, some real-world tragedies that have resulted because of their beliefs. A couple things I want to mention really quick before we get started. For one, the merchandise sale that I talked about in the last video, the profits of which are going to the Appalachian.
Okay. Yeah, the Appalachian one was so good.
Rebuild project. Those items are still for sale at the link in the description below. So get in on them while you can. Thank you all so much for the support you've shown already. I haven't asked to see the official numbers because they'll probably make me cry, but I'm sure it's a lot. And thank you all very much for that. Speaking of charity, in a couple of days on Friday, December 6th, I will be live on Jimmy Here's Twitch stream as the two of us are going to have an all-day video game competition in order to raise money for Gamers Outreach, a charity that provides game stations and other things for kids to play with in children's hospitals. It'll be a great time where I definitely won't kill Jimmy Here live on his own Twitch channel, but jokes aside, it is just something to try to make the holidays a little bit more special for some people who could really need it. So the link to both Jimmy's Twitch as well as the Tiltify link where you can donate early. We have like donation milestones where we'll do weird stuff if enough money's donated. So check those out at the link in the description if you're interested, and in whatever capacity you decide to give or watch, thank you very much. I promise you that us, as well as the kids, appreciate it. With all of that out of the way, if you're excited to hear about the crazy, kooky, and sometimes sad world of sovereign citizens, then stick around after the sponsor as we get into it. It's almost certainly a bad
Sovereign
decision, but,
citizens.
hey, I'm not your dad.
Thank you,
But you know
Wendigoon,
what
for the
else is a
excellent
bad
content for
idea?
Mr. My Blog and sub to
Being
your channel.
unhealthy. And trust me, I understand that eating what you're not supposed to is often far easier than eating what you are supposed to. So to ensure that I'm getting the nutrients that I need, I trust the brand that keeps sending me merchandise that I refuse to stop wearing. And that, of course, is AG1. AG1 is your easy one-stop shop that includes your multivitamins, phytonutrient blend, and probiotics in one easy scoop. Since I started taking AG1, I've had the energy to get through the day without slugging off or taking a nap. Because it's amazing the kind of things you feel up to accomplishing when your body starts getting the things it's asking for. So when I try to do everything from a gym routine to planning out sponsorships to podcasts to making videos, it's nice to have someone in your corner making sure you have the energy to do all of those things. And AG1 has components for everything from your daily nutrients to your energy to your gut health to your immune support. That's because the people at AG1 have gone through rigorous testing to ensure that your blends of superfoods to multivitamins are taken care of in one easy drink. And I really mean easy, because all you need is 8 to 12 ounces of water and a spoonful of AG1 and you are good to go. Your body's kind of important considering you only get one of them, so let AG1 help you take care of it. And right now, there's never been a better time to get in on their offer. That's because right now, if you head to the link in the description at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon, along with your order of AG1, you'll receive a free welcome kit. This includes a bottle of AG1's vitamin D3 and K2, 5 days worth of AG1 and their convenient travel packs, as well as a shaker bottle. That's right, to get in on all of this for free with your first subscription, head to the link in the description again at drinkag1.com/Wendigoon to get in on this incredible offer today. Thank you all so much for watching the
Why
ad.
do they
Thank you
all
so much
sell
to AG1
supplements?
for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video.
We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. So I'm excited to get into all of the weird and wacky conspiracies of sovereign citizens, but for any of that to make sense, we have to start with their history. A history that dates back to at least the 1970s. Now, it's not like pre-1970 government protest was unheard of. I mean, we had a whole civil war over it. But the group I want to talk about today seems to originate from the Posse Comitatus. Latin for force of the county. The posse came off of an old kind of frontiersman idea that sheriffs had the right to create posses in order to enact frontier justice when the need would arise. Well, around 1971, groups in the United States began to use that name in order to do things that weren't exactly frontier justice. Most of the founders of the posse seem to originate from something known as the Christian Identity Movement. The Christian Identity Movement is a far-right group that began to pop up after World War II in the United States that effectively believes the Jews as we know them today are not the actual chosen people or Israelites of God from the Old Testament, and instead, the true chosen people of God are white Europeans. Or in other words, history has been rewritten and hidden from us in order to hide the divinity of the holy white man. As you can imagine, this encourages not only a distrust of other ethnic groups, but a distrust of governments that are keeping all of this secret in the first place. One of these Christian Identity members was a man named William Potter Gale. During World War II, Gale served as one of General MacArthur's personal staff, and after the war, became an Episcopalian minister. There are several Christian Identity members who are credited with starting the Posse Comitatus, whatever, but Gale is often the one who is declared the founder of it. The main concept behind the Posse is that there is no legitimate government beyond the county level. Again, going back to the Latin translation being force of the county. So because of that, the Posse began to encourage its members to reject all forms of higher level government. So any government forms, things from driver's license to birth certificates, to money, and especially taxes, should be rejected. While this might have tipped a few heads in law enforcement at the time, the Posse wasn't big enough to cause a nationwide panic, at least not yet. Gale was eventually arrested in 1987 over a whole host of tax-related crimes. That's going to be a common theme through this video. And then Gale would die a year later while in prison in 1988. Also, apparently he was Jewish, which, given the whole Christian identity thing, is kind of funny. The posse would get a lot of attention really quickly in 1983 thanks to one of their members named Gordon Call. Call seemed to be a posse member at heart before it was cool, because in 1967, he wrote a letter to the IRS where he called them, quote, the Synagogue of Satan. And then in 1975, after the posse got started up, he started the first chapter of the posse in the state of Texas. And only a year later, in 1976, made a television appearance to talk about the posse, while conveniently leaving out all the racism stuff. And throughout all of his public speakings, he would always proudly announce that he does not pay any taxes, which led to 1 year later, in June of 1977, him being sentenced to 2 years for failure to file taxes. After getting out of jail, Call would leave the posse and join what was known as the township movement. And that's where I kind of start getting in the direction that will flow into where sovereign citizens wrap into all of this. Because if you're familiar with like modern sovereign citizens, you may be confused by how different it sounds to what I'm describing now. But don't worry, I'm painting a picture. We'll eventually get from here to a group of people in Massachusetts having to stand off with the police, declaring themselves to be Moroccan nationals who have a signed treaty from the government.
Bullshit.
Not kidding. Well, Call continued to be a part of various anti-government groups, and it was starting to raise suspicion with local authorities. That eventually led to a couple of U.S. Marshals tailing him to a posse meeting. Call may have no longer been a member of the posses or run.
Posse comitatus. Can I join your posse? Can you swing a bag of doorknobs? Can I? So you already attended public school, so we're going to assume that you're already proficient with small arms usage. The Simpsons. You dropped stuff. Damn it, that's not what I wanted. To have some Greek yogurt for dinner. Or dessert, excuse me.
Running a chapter, but he was still friends with them. The marshals attempt to follow Call and make an arrest, but in the process, Call, along with the people he was traveling with, step out of the vehicles and shoot the officers to death. This sparked a massive manhunt to find Gordon Call, as well as his accomplices, and became a huge story across national news stations. And naturally, people wanted to know what led to all of this happening in the first place, and that is where the posse comitatus first made its way into mainstream news cycles. So eventually the police found Gordon and killed him. And normally I would just leave it at that, but you have to hear how insane this was. Okay, so first of all,
Normally I would just leave it at that. When this got out of control, wait, what happened?
What led to all of this happening in the first place, and that is where the posse comitatus first made its way into mainstream news cycles. So eventually the police found Gordon.
So let's look at the footage of this. Yeah, because it's probably interesting. Yeah.
Gordon and killed him. And normally I would just leave it at that, but you have to hear how insane this was. Okay, so first of all, they find Call's address, and instead of, I don't know, seeing if he's even there, I'm just going to read off the Wikipedia, just for the sake of ease. Okay. Unaware that the farmhouse had been abandoned, the SWAT team fired hundreds of shots into the home, killing Call's dog, and saturated the house with tear gas. That's what they did to a house he wasn't even in. You want to know what they did to a building he was in? So eventually the police track him down to a home he owns in Arkansas, and Sheriff Matthews as well as some deputies enter the house.
Why do you live in that weird house that's half underground?
Matthews entered the kitchen and Call emerged from behind a refrigerator. The two men fired almost simultaneously. Call fired at least one round, which severely wounded Matthews in the heart, and Matthews fired a single .41 Magnum round from his 4-inch Smith & Wesson .57 revolver.
It ended in a movie shootout where they both died instantly because they both got killing blows. That's insane. That's insane.
Which hit Call in the head and instantly killed him. Okay, so Call is dead here, right? Hall and Fitzpatrick, hearing the gunfire, fired several shotgun blasts inside the house, accidentally striking Matthews in the torso with buckshot. They're so excited to kill him, they shoot the sheriff on accident. Matthews managed to get to a police cruiser before he collapsed, and he gasped his last words, "I got him." Matthews would end up dying from this, but that's not all. After Matthews stumbled out of the house, a SWAT team, unaware that Call was dead,
Oh no.
began firing thousands.
Thousands
Not
of rounds.
hundreds, not several hundred
Thousands.
thousands of rounds at the house, eventually setting it ablaze by pouring diesel fuel down the house's chimney. They can do that? They fired that. The house had to look like Swiss cheese at that point. It was just like the concept of a house. And then a SWAT team guy has a gallon of gasoline and no, not gasoline, diesel. He has a gallon of diesel, pours it down the fireplace, burns down the whole house, and then it says cows.
You don't go up against the government, man.
Burned
Just
remains
don't.
were found the following.
It's the oldest cliche in the book. You can't fight City Hall. It's the most truism that I can really ever teach is you can't fight City Hall. They'll burn you out. They'll pour diesel gasoline down your fucking chimney. That doesn't shock me at all. You know what I'm saying? After Ruby Ridge and David Koresh.
You know, in hindsight, maybe the ATF agents at Waco showed some restraint. So as you can imagine, that made a lot of headlines
they did.
People began to talk. Not only did that encourage infamy with the group to the public at large, but that also encouraged new eyes looking onto it who didn't hate everything it had to offer. It was at this point a lot of the anti-state ideas began to shed away from just like the Christian identity, like exclusively right-wing thing, and started to make their way into other pockets of belief as well. One of these gurus, or better yet grifters, who were so excited to sell to the incoming flux of people excited to learn about all the new ways to hate their government, was a man named Roger Elvik. Roger Elvik came up with a concept of something known as redemptionism. And trust me, we're going to get into what that means
Sounds
in a minute,
crazy.
But all you need to know for now is that redemptionism is
crazy.
a secret way to steal money from the government based on a series of hijinks. So effectively, Elvik was saying that there are ways people can get money from the state by just filing the right paperwork. He even wrote and sold a book about how to do this whole process called The Redemption Package, which to this day is like the Magna Carta of sovereign citizens. And again, that's if even at the time they're not using the name sovereign citizens yet. At the time, Roger was the spokesman for a group called the Committee of States. But again, all of these kind of posse fractured groups have their own names that eventually reform into like sovereign citizen ideas. One of the things that Roger encouraged people to do was to pay for things through something called a sight draft. A sight draft is effectively a fake check that is made out of Roger's own company. As you can imagine, the government didn't like that, and Roger got arrested a lot. Between the 90s and 2000s, he served like over a decade in jail, as well as 9 months.
Oh, what a loser!
For reasons that will become very apparent shortly.
Anybody who spends 10 years in jail is a fucking loser. I'm sorry, but you just are by rote. You've lost your life, really. I would say.
About getting extra money by filing paperwork with the government kind of became the movement's whole thing. And not only getting money with paperwork, but being really annoying with paperwork. That's because groups like the Posse or the Committee of States or whatever began to engage in something known as paper terrorism. Paper terrorism is when you terrorize people with paper. Only brave statements on the Wendigoon channel. Paper terrorism is the act of targeting a person, an agency, or a business by overloading them in paperwork or filing paperwork in order to place them in trouble. Against individuals, this can be everything from taking out liens on their property or filing false tax claims against them. Things that the person probably wouldn't know about until they go to buy a house or something, and then, oh, look, someone's taken out a $2 million lien against your property. And with businesses and legal channels, this can just be filing for new motions and new steps to such a degree that it overflows the system, essentially meaning that nothing can be done. It was these kind of actions that would lead to what is not only probably the biggest event in like sovereign citizen history, but also the longest armed standoff in
Ruby
FBI
Ridge.
history.
Ruby Ridge.
And that is the Montana-Freeman standoff. So
Oh,
in the town
never
of Jordan,
mind.
Montana in the 1990s, there was a group
The
of
Montana
people
Freeman
who,
standoff.
again,
I've never
under the
even
whole
heard of
township idea,
this.
which is basically just another name for everything we're talking about. A group of people started what they called the Justice Township. It started out with banks stating that several people were coming in complaining that they had sold something to a member of this Justice Township, and the check would be some loophole, or it would be a fake check, or some means of them not getting the money they were owed. But whenever someone tried to take action against these people, they had effectively created a mob rule on the edges of the town. They claimed that they did not abide by any federal court and instead adhered to their common law and their rule of law, which I guess includes scamming people. This culminated in 1994 when the properties of one of the leaders of the group was to be foreclosed on, and the group simply decided that they were going to take over this small town. In a series of its own video, police were trying to intervene in the situation, but didn't know how to handle it.
I'm just gonna take over the
Members
town.
of the Justice Township
What are
were
you
holding
talking
their
about?
own mock
This is
trial.
America.
They decided they were gonna
Every
do
other
things like
city in the
paying
country is gonna
judges.
demand
None
that
of
the
actually
the
happened,
fucking
but
National
they
Guard
thought
just stomp
the
you
FBI,
in.
seemingly having learned
Yeah.
something finally from Waco and
It's
Ruby Ridge,
something finally.
decided to not go in guns blazing and just kind of wait it out. Speaking of Ruby Ridge, in April of 1996, the FBI had Bo Gritz and Randy Weaver come to the standoff. If you'll remember, Randy Weaver was the husband who everything happened to at Ruby Ridge, and Bo Gritz was the guy who came and managed to talk him off of the mountain. So, hoping that Bo Gritz can do his magic again, and seemingly Bo and Randy are just friends now, so Bo invited Randy, and the FBI wouldn't let Randy go into the town, probably because they imagined Randy wouldn't help the situation if he said whatever he wanted to off the record to the people in the town. But they allowed Bo to go in and try to talk the locals down. So after Bo Gritz has this series of 5 meetings with them, this is in April and the standoff started in March, so it's been about a month now. After Bo Gritz has his series of meetings, he comes back out to the FBI and says that the people inside aren't going to come out until they are given a 23-person tribunal. All members of the tribunal must be debt-free and cannot be government workers or lawyers, and that Yahweh told them to stay and that they were not going to come out until Yahweh says otherwise. And also a bunch of, quote, legal mumbo-jumbo. Eventually, after 81 days, on June the 14th of 1996, the siege ended. And thankfully, no one was killed, but this was a huge
Thank
story
God.
in the news.
No one
at
was
the time,
killed.
And
That's good.
similar to the Gordon Call incident earlier, put a lot more eyes onto the movement. So you're probably hearing all this and thinking, okay, what movement are we even talking about, right? Because I've talked about white supremacist stuff, and I've talked about like guys killing police officers. Now I've talked about standoff. Like, what is it these people are even on about? Why are so many people so ready to hop on board to whatever they're selling? I am so glad you asked, because now I get to talk about the weird and wacky history of the world according to sovereign citizens. So the first thing to make clear is sovereign citizen is a very scattered term. Just because 2 people call themselves sovereign citizens does not mean they hold the exact same ideology. As mentioned earlier, there's like white supremacist sovereign citizens, and as we're going to talk about in a minute, there are black supremacist sovereign citizens. So in other words, every one of them does not believe everything I'm about to say. This is just the narrative that tends to pop up in a lot of their written documents, or the kind of rhetoric you'll hear them espouse online. Because as we're going to talk about in this official account,
Oh, I missed
is
it.
hardly official
No.
at the best of times. So again, speaking
I
of
missed
generalities,
this.
the first thing you need to know about the sovereign citizen idea is that, for one, the United States government does not exist. More specifically, it used to exist, but then it quit existing at some point. What point is that, you may ask? Well,
About
that's a great question,
1972.
because there is no hard consensus
74.
for when this actually happened. But
1978. I think 1978 is about the year. Yeah, that's about when Hunter kind of actually sussed out what they were doing, and and I would say it was about 1978 was about the peak. That was about when America peaked. It was like 1978. About a decade before I was born,
all they know is that at some point, the government quit being the government. Most theories will say this happened sometime during the Civil War. Other alternatives is it happened during the creation of Washington, D.C., like the formation of it. And others say it was in 1933 when the United States dollar left the gold standard and became a fiat currency. At whatever point it happened, the United States quit being a country and instead became a corporation. A corporation of who, you may ask? Great Britain, or also Israel sometimes. A lot of sovereign citizen movements love to hammer home the use of language in legal settings, only they always use it incorrectly. For example, in 1878, when the District of Columbia, or Washington, D.C., was formed into a municipal corporation, they take the word corporation quite literally as to say the entire government is now a business. Because of that, they believe that the United States should go from a common law idea to a commercial law idea. In other words, the country once ran off of laws and rules that were made by consensus and for the operation of its people, but now exist for the operation of a company. It's because of this, in a lot of their legalese, you will hear terms like admiralty law or maritime law, because again, they're under the idea that the United States is effectively an international extension of Great Britain.
I looked into this one. I thought they were going to push me back for 10 years. I thought they were going to throw me in jail for probation violation for 10 years. Mandatory minimum sentencing on non-felony charges. Possession charges, right? And I really did thought they were going to throw me in jail for probation violation for 10 years. I did believe this for 2 years, and I lived my life accordingly. I lived like a crazy drug addict. I stole. I was just, I thought my life was over. I was like, I guess I got busted for possession, so now I'm going to jail for 10 years. And and so I looked into this crazy thing about like how maybe I'm not a sovereign citizen, that if I try it with the judge, maybe I could get out of my charge or whatever, the probation violation charge. And I realized how stupid it sounded. Like if I were to try and challenge the judge on any of it, I mean, I would definitely probably get the entire charge. I guarantee it. 10 years guaranteed. The one way you would get the 10 years, no matter what, in my experience, the judges and the people, they're actually people, and they do pay attention to your case, and they're weighing it against all the other cases they've ever dealt with like this, and they're using that as precedence. And generally, they're okay people. They can be kind of fascist, but they're not really bad people, I wouldn't say. And you can get a fair shake from them if you go through the process and you listen to them and you do what they say. That sounds like a conformist thing, and I was a lead punk singer. I mean, I was a punk singer for a long time, 8 years, and like that's a weird thing for somebody like me to say. But trust me, the alternative, pissing them off, is the diesel down the chimney. And they're looking for an excuse. They're looking for an excuse to give you 10 years over probation violation and shit like that. They're looking for an excuse. They think it's funny. And I do question their humanity like everybody else, but I don't, but my one thing is don't poke the bear. Don't ever poke that bear. When they say jump, you say how high. When you get there, you tell them why you're upset. When you're in the courtroom, tell them why you're upset. Tell them what you feel. State your complaints and be like, look, I've dealt with this for years, false charges and all types of crazy things, and be like, I'm at my wit's end, Be real with them if that's what the actual situation is. Don't ever lie to them. Don't ever challenge them. Trust me, there's 30,000 of them and one of you, and they're just looking to just swipe off the heads of the daisies with a daisy cutter. Anybody who goes against them at all, anybody. And I'm talking about the system, if you're not very sure about who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the motherfucking system, the prison industrial complex. And you're going to hear, all your life, you're going to hear rappers tell you to go toe-to-toe in the cell with the fucking pigs. Or, you know, or metalheads or whatever, just being like crazy drunk and like being opposition authority and stuff like this. And all kinds of people being like, don't tread on me and don't take my guns away and all this anger and stuff. But in my experience, having gone against the grain as much as I did for like 25 fucking years, the minute that you do that, you just get swept along the fucking current, and your individuality and what makes you who you are gets swept away, and they assign you a number and they just delete your humanity. Oh, good. Potent mount vitamins. And those are worth money, but, ooh, obelisk mount attachment. No. Oh, I don't know. Let's see what it looks like. I mean, it's better than what I've been using, I guess. So, I want to keep doing these horse quests and get them out of the way. That would be a good use of my time tonight, because it would get something done that I need to do. Was it the wrong entrance of the town? That's like a cave underneath. I need the town.
The Admiralty, or the rule of trade over the seas, maritime. Some will take this to the extent to say that the bar, the thing which lawyers in the United States are judged up against,
is a maritime law.
Stands for British Accreditation Registry, or that the gold fringes seen on American flags in courtrooms is not just an aesthetic choice.
Some of this is true, but it doesn't mean anything
to
the whole sovereign citizen
that
thing.
it is an extension of the Navy, because naval vessels will do that, I guess, sometimes. Therefore, any interaction you have with the United States government is binding you to that massive corporation. So, the only way you can be free of it is if you opt out. See, a lot of sovereign citizens will say that the United States is this super evil, massive corporate empire, which I can get behind in isolation, but that also,
but when
for
you
some
look
reason,
at them in
you
action,
can do business loopholes to get out of it. Like, they'll just let you out if you know the correct words to say in court and the correct paperwork to file.
No.
I already talked about some of them, like resisting birth certificates or driver's license or social security numbers. But another big one is the separation of you yourself, the person, from you yourself, the business entity. This is something known as the straw man theory, which was put forward by Roger Elving, the guy that wrote the redemption package. The idea is whenever the United States left either the gold backing for the American dollar or during the Civil War or whatever, in order to make the dollar have value, they began leveraging American individuals to other governments based on their potential monetary factor. In other words, whenever you're born in the United States or do anything to get a United States citizenship, that is leverage that the government creates about how much money you could potentially make in your lifetime. Depending on who you ask, this can be tens of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars. So, tied to every individual, there is an invisible bank account that the United States has stashed and is just banking on the idea that you'll never go to cash it in. So a lot of the strategies that they will use in order to come up with these money schemes is to draw off of that secret bank account that they are tied to. This is done by separating yourself from your legal identity and then drawing from your legal identity's worth. Or in other words, your straw man's worth. One of their points of evidence for this is that often on official documentation, your name will be presented in all caps. So there is the Isaiah, which is me, capital I-S-A-I-A-H, and then there is all caps I-S-A-I-A-H. And if I, lowercase Isaiah, can remove myself from uppercase Isaiah, I get all of the money
You sound
that
crazy.
uppercase Isaiah is entitled towards.
You sound crazy.
That's also leverage to other governments that I can just take for some reason. And there are all kinds of proposed means to go about this. You can file a trademark for your name. You can file a financing statement against your straw man or against yourself, but again in all caps. You can file specific documents with the Secretary of Treasury. When you go to pay bills, you can simply fill out your social security number, which means the government is entitled to draw the money off of the secret bank account that social security number is attached to. You can report funds as the tax withheld. You can file a 1099 OID, which in a lot of circles is believed to be the secret document you can file to get access to this bank account. In some cases, you can simply write taken for value on a check, or accepted for value, or A4V, which is a big thing in these circles. You can even simply write on documents in red ink, which red ink, according to them, is used in order to end contracts a lot of the time. So by filing official paperwork with red ink, you are subtly telling the government that you no longer want to be a part of their corporation. And again, for any of this to work, the government has to also let you off the hook if you know how to outsmart it. For some reason, in a lot of these theories, the post office always comes up as being like a huge mediator of the government's true power. So in a lot of the documentation they file, there will be stamps attached because that is, again, like a cheat code to get it through to the correct channels. Also, the FBI and Treasury Direct websites have also had to make statements saying, what? Because they were asked so many times if there's secret bank accounts tied to every person's name worth millions of dollars. So I'm sure that was confusing for everyone at first. Another way that they'll do this to say that you can outsmart the government if you figure out all their secret tricks is through speech. So for example, if you are ever to refer to yourself as John Smith, then you are, because that is your government assigned name, tying yourself through the contract by your own grammar. So a lot of the time, they will not refer to themselves by their name. Instead, it will be John Smith, or John the son of Smith, or in parentheses or quotation marks around it, or some way of not just saying that that's their name. Another thing you'll see, especially in court or traffic stops, is phrases like, oh, I am not John Smith, I am the person existing and traveling the earth who is hitherto referred as John Smith. And several will say that in any legal interaction that you have with a government employee, your phrasing has to be perfect, or else you subtly give in to this social contract. So for example, if a cop asks you, do you understand me? You should never say, I understand. Because by saying that, you are saying that you are under the standing of the police officer, and instead need to say something like, I comprehend. Because they are so opposed to driver's license, none of them have them. But their reasoning around it is that driving, or being a driver, only applies to someone who is transporting paid passengers or moving commercial goods, like driver the occupation. And instead, they are not driving, they are simply traveling or commuting. It even comes down to the phrasing of the term citizens. Like, again, one of the big theories within a lot of these ideas is that during the Civil War was when all this took place, right? So when the 14th Amendment passed, the amendment that made slaves and other people in the United States citizens of the United States, well, those are 14th Amendment citizens, citizens with a capital C, which indicates that they are a member of the American corporation. But if you are a citizen, lowercase c, that refers to you, the individual who is a free living person, but with a capital C, that refers to you as a 14th Amendment property of the state. Figures in the movement like David Miller have claimed to invent something known as quantum grammar to use in courtrooms to get the exact results you want. These include things like only nouns matter, use as few adjectives or verbs as you can because they don't exist legally for some reason, and that every sentence you say needs to be at least 13 words and begin with the word for.
This is the court. And of all the 2 million words in the English language, we got 720 words that are syntax. That's it.
David Miller also claimed to have been made the king of Hawaii because he turned Hawaii into a verb, whatever that means. Another figure named Russell Gold claims to have become the Postmaster General of the United States because, again, the post office is so important. That makes him the ruler of the United States, and he did this by filing paperwork in the correct way, I guess. They also love to take old documents and pull them completely out of context to use language that gets them whatever result they want. Like, for example, the whole discretion between driving and traveling comes from old documents that say people have the freedom to travel wherever they want, not recognizing driving to be another stage up from simply walking around. But they'll pull from everything. They'll pull things from the Bible, they'll pull things from the Magna Carta, they'll pull pieces of the Constitution taken out of context. Again, leaving out the parts they don't like the 14th Amendment or whatever, and keeping the parts they do like I should be allowed to drive a vehicle whenever I want, I guess. An example of this is the Moorish sovereign citizens. So the Moorish sovereign citizen group comes from something known as the Moorish Science Temple of America. So to clarify, this isn't to be confused with the Moors, which is a sect of like Muslims across the world. And it's not even really the Moorish Science Temple, because it's even an offshoot of that. The Moorish Science Temple began in the 1930s and was an early predecessor to the Nation of Islam. It was founded by a man named Noble Drew Ali in the 1930s, who said that black people are actually descended from the ancient Moabites. Not the Moabites mentioned in like the Old Testament of the Bible, the Canaanites, but a group of ancient Moroccans who have been kind of lost to history. So years later, groups of people from the Moorish Science Temple started to adopt these sovereign citizen ideas and work off of something from 1786 called the American-Moroccan Friendship Treaty, which for one is a really cute name for a treaty. But this was a treaty in 1786 between America and Morocco that effectively declared good standing in trade routes across the ocean between the two countries, which, fun fact, is still the longest standing treaty agreement in United States history. But they take that out of context, a document about trade laws across the Atlantic Ocean, and say instead, it is to say that any Moroccan citizen is a friend of the United States and therefore does not have to abide by United States law. And because, if you'll remember, the idea behind the Moorish Science Temple is that all members of the temple are actually descended from Moroccans, well, that's really convenient if you don't want to follow the law. You'll also see a lot of people in this side of the movement attach the words El or Bey to their name as a further connection to their supposed Moroccan roots. Some members of the group will even take it a step further and say that the only true citizens of the United States are Black Americans who are descended from ancient Moroccans. In 2021, a group of Moorish sovereign citizens were traveling through Wakefield, Massachusetts when they were stopped by the police. They were loaded up with weapons, ammunition, and body armor, and said that they were going to train at a piece of private property across the state. Despite a lot of what they had being illegal in Massachusetts, as well as their whole demeanor being, suspicious, they said because of the Moroccan Friendship Treaty, they do not have to abide by the laws of the United States, much less Massachusetts. And again, all of this is pulled off of a document from the 1700s that isn't even about the thing that they say it's about. It is so frustrating how they will pull words and concepts from anything except the thing that actually applies to whatever's happening. So normally, what this looks like in practice, either it be traffic stops or in court, is the most annoying thing you've ever seen. There are hundreds of videos you can find online, thousands of videos, I'm sure a lot of you have come across, of sovereign citizens getting in fights with police officers or getting in fights with judges because they didn't fill out a law or do something they're supposed to, and then they just want to keep fact-checking and pulling obscure phrases from documents that don't even apply to what's going on in order to say how they are immune from everything else other people have to abide by.
You might not accept it, but it doesn't mean it's not happening. You guys are to me for no reason at all.
And you know what? If I'm being completely honest, if it just ended there, if it was just people who get pulled over by the police and say, I actually don't need a license because I don't have to follow your laws because of this piece of paper from 1840, then I would just think it's funny. Because this kind of thing never works, and most of the time it just results in a funny altercation, right? But a lot of the times people with this ideology will use the ideas to steal money or steal property. I already talked about, like, back in the Justice Township, that whole thing kicked off because people were effectively writing fake checks. And not to mention all the people like Roger Elvick who made a living off of selling this ideology to people who most of the time were in dire straits financially, looking
Or
for any way
poor,
out. But then you
or
have figures
legally.
like Mark Butts, who did the same thing, trying to convince people that they could get fraudulent treasury checks in order to pay off all their bills, while conveniently only taking cash for people who, you know, bought this ideology off of him. At one point, even convincing a woman to try to pay off the house she was getting foreclosed on with one of these false checks. And then you have figures like Ronald DeLorme, who helped found or pretend to found a fake Native American group called the Little Shell Pembina Band of North America, who claims to be a tribe that is owed 53 million acres in the United States. One of their assets was investigated for $27.9 million in Ponzi schemes. When the investigation began, the investigators got hit with $1.7 trillion worth of lawsuits. That's nothing compared to figures like Winston Shrout, who mailed over $1 quadrillion in counterfeit securities. Which, say what you want about a lot of these guys, but if you tried to get $1 quadrillion from the government, you probably believe in what you're talking about at least a little bit. You know, if the jail time's anything to go off of. On the more humorous note, there are figures like Anna von Ritz, who claimed to be a common law judge in Alaska, which is a fancy way of saying they decided that they are now judge of their own private little court, which is the real court, because again, all of the American courts are illegitimate. And in 2015, Anna sent a letter to the judge ordering the arrest of the Secretary of Treasury, all of Congress, and President Obama. What's really funny about that is for a while, people just thought it was a judge had ordered for the arrest of Obama, which turned a lot of heads until, you know, common law. One of the funniest is a woman named Heather Ann Tucci Giraffe, who was a former state prosecutor, like not common law, an actual government state prosecutor, who then fell into the sovereign citizen movement and created a group called the One People's Public Trust, which in 2012 claimed to have foreclosed the government. And she did this by, of course, filling out the correct Universal Commercial Code paperwork. So really kind of them, if they are this super evil, you know, mega corporation, to leave little ends for us like that. She claimed that after this went through, once they had actual worth value currency like gold, that's another thing, by the way, if not with their own private checks and stuff like that, a lot of these people will only accept value if it's in gold or silver. She claimed that after the government was foreclosed, all of her followers would be given $10 billion in gold. And then when the money didn't show up, she said, and I'm not kidding, that aliens had it. Her and her business partner, Randall Bean, were wanted by the government for about $2 million in financial fraud. And they arrest Bean, and then they go to arrest her, only to find out that she was at the White House trying to demand a conversation with, at the time, President Donald Trump. And a lot of the time, again, the majority of the time, these sovereign citizen stories are just funny. They're just kind of a goofy scenario of someone getting out of their depth with trying to understand the legal system or courts or something like that, right? But then you have situations like this where people are legitimately being hurt financially, or they're having liens put against their house, like I mentioned earlier. You have forms of paper terrorism that do damage people's lives. But in other scenarios, sadly, you have people who are members of these groups doing things much worse. In 1995, the Oklahoma City bombing, the largest terrorist attack in the United States until 9/11, was committed by Timothy McVeigh and Terry Nichols. Terry Nichols was a self-proclaimed sovereign citizen. This was also a year before the Montana standoff that I mentioned earlier, so you had this whole realm of hate against the government that was happening at once, and people who were doing very evil things in the name of that. That isn't to say that these ideologies create monsters, but this kind of rhetoric, the idea that everyone in power is part of some super evil conspiracy that is trying to take you for all you're worth, rather than just, you know, the way the world works sometimes, it causes a lot of people to do a lot of bad things. Or at least
crazy.
people who are already willing to do bad things are attracted by the aesthetic.
My problem with a bunch of these scenes is I believe a lot of the things that they believe. I just don't say it or try to live my life like it. Like it's like some kind of religion. Like I didn't get enough church on Sunday or something. Like I need to blast it to the whole world and fucking try to convert them or something like this. I'm not Jesus Christ. I'm not trying to fucking convert anybody. I can think these things. My problem is why can't you just think these things? Do you need to do anything about it? I mean, like, do you really need to hurt your government? Do you need to scare your family? Do you need to like have opposition authority with the greatest opposition that you've ever known? I mean, I don't really know. I mean, it's just it's sort of dumb. I don't see the sage wisdom in it. I don't see the power of the position. I don't see what's to be gained. I can only see death and loss and just destruction. And so I never went up against them. I defied them and I broke hundreds of laws and, you know, acted as a bandit outlaw and did whatever I wanted to do. But that had nothing to do with opposition authority or hating them or doing this like against them or anything like that. Like my thing is like you do as you want to do. And I never wanted to help. I never wanted to hurt anybody who wanted to help me. You know, and I think the government in the end does want to make sure that the citizens survive and thrive. I've always thought this to be a true core tenet of the government is kind of like saying that your mother doesn't love you or something. I'm fairly sure the government, now the government does not really love us, but they like they're not out there to actively, I mean, sometimes they do actively dump the diesel down the fucking chimney and they burn the house. But they do this because they're more scared of us than we are of them. They think if they get anarchy in their shop, they'll lose it all and the whole country will burn. So they're more scared of us than we are of them. They look at us like a baby rattlesnake that can't control its poison, that'll just bite and kill everything. So, and that sucks, but I mean, like, that is kind of the case. That's kind of who we are.
Of it. Or in cases like Jared Fogle, yes, the subway guy who was convicted for all of those things.
I can't believe Jared Fogle did the
sovereign citizen thing. Prison to get off of his prison time. Of course, it didn't work. But the arguments aren't so funny when they're being used for explicitly evil excuses. In 2003, in Abbeville, South Carolina, 2 police officers were killed by a family of 3 who were self-proclaimed individuals, sovereign citizens, whatever, who decided to kill some police officers who were near their property. In the 2010 West Memphis shootings, which was caught on a police dash cam, 2 police officers pulled over a father and son who had weed as well as weapons in their vehicle, and when they stepped out of the car,
that's a good reason to
police officers who pulled them over. It later being found out that the 2 of them were identified sovereign citizens. A sovereign citizen in 2016 committed the Baton Rouge police shootings, in which 4 police officers were killed. At least 4 were killed on scene. 1 died 6 years later in 2022 from injuries he sustained during the shooting. And perhaps one of the most recent tragedies to come from this, in 2021, the Waukesha Christmas parade attacks. I'm sure a lot of you guys remember the videos of the SUV driving through a crowded parade and hitting as many people as it could. Darrell Brooks was a sovereign citizen. So much so that, like many sovereign citizens, he elected to represent himself in court, and then while in court...
Notice he says sovereign citizen a bunch of times, but what he really means is crazy. He uses the word sovereign citizen like it's an explanation for crazy, because it kind of is.
Tried to make a bunch of sovereign citizen arguments. A lot of it resulted.
Don't fuck with judges during a murder trial. Don't do that. Don't fuck with judges at all. Don't fuck with them. Don't mess with them.
To something frustrating, seeing someone who was so evil talk about all of these different reasons and loopholes that he should be let off for the crime, knowing while he was sitting in that courtroom in the first place, it changes perspective. At the end of the day, I think there are three kinds of people in the whole like sovereign citizen zeitgeist, right? There's people who have a chip on their shoulder, like Daryl Brooks, people who want to hurt people and see it as an avenue to do it. And then you've got snake oil salesmen and people who could really use some snake oil.
Who are trying to profit.
Who know what they're doing, who are selling an ideology to people who are willing to buy. And then you have the people who are willing to buy because they're desperate.
I bought it when I first heard it because I was like, oh, that's how maritime law works and all this. I read a bunch of fucking documents and stuff and I was like, oh, this is how the country works and stuff. I didn't doubt it. I actually kind of believe the sovereign citizen stuff. It's just like I believe the alien stuff and just like I believe the CIA stuff. Just like I believe the John Lennon stuff and the CIA and the fucking JFK and MLK and, you know, I believe in all of this stuff. I am a truther. I believe in all this stuff. But do you need to do anything about it? I think almost all of it went across either scot-clean, like scot-free, or there's nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do. We haven't done anything about JFK. That's been 68 years. That's what I say to my stepfather when he tries to push me further into the truther scene. I say, nah, it's been 68 fucking years since JFK. We didn't do shit since then. And I look at his eyes, the resignation, and I'm like, yeah. See, you know it too. Since almost as long as you've been alive. They've been after that JFK resolution. They didn't get it. Not for 68 years. They've been trying to get that fucking truth. They didn't get it. That's how I knew that my scene was dead and that there's nothing you can do about any of this stuff. It's best not to go up against them. That's my actual advice. It's one of those times when you get that sage advice from somebody. It's like, it'd be better if you just left it alone. This is one of those times when it comes to the system. It's better if you just let it alone. If the system's going to railroad you, they're going to railroad you. If they're going to fucking put you in jail for 10 years over a probation violation because you're a drug addict, they're going to put you in jail for 10 years over probation violation because you're a drug addict. That's just what they're going to do. There's nothing you can stop. You can't stop them. You can't change the law. You can't, like, I'm not preaching futility here. I'm saying understand the battles and the wars that you can win, and this isn't one of them. Yeah, I really mean this too. Like, this isn't one of them. This isn't a battle you can win. You can't just write yourself out of your own country. That's not how that works. You can't write yourself out of the laws. A lot of these people, they get into this because they like me. They got some probably minor charge, but they're facing some huge repercussion that they just don't want to face. Like for me, I didn't want to face the 10 years in jail for probation violation the way Jared Fogle didn't want to face the world, like convicting him as a pederast, the same way that all these criminals kind of like don't really want to face their fucking, their justice. That kind of sucks, but that's what this entire movement is born from. And like them, when I saw the light at the end of the dark cloud, I was like, oh wait, I don't have to go to jail for 10 years. I can just, full-blown opposition defy the government instead. And to a lot of us, we've been doing that all of our lives anyways. I was a punker all of my goddamn life. I have opposition authority. I've ran from cops. Absolutely, proudly ran from cops like 6-7 times in my life. Like fucking, I ran from cops. Like I'm proud of it. It sucks, but I mean, it's true. It sucks. I've ran from the cops several times in my life. Got caught for most of them. I got away with a bunch of them too. And like, I have opposition authority, but I very well know what happens. I know what happens. It's a bunch of rap songs about jail. I know what fucking happens. Trust me, it's Akon's life. Trust me, I know what fucking happens. It's like, once in a while I do look at you and see the twinkle in your eye. Right? Or tired of the running, tired of the running, tired of the running, running from the law, baby, you gotta believe me. I'm so tired of the running, tired of the running, tired of the running. Running from the law, running from the law. I used to sing that song to myself at night when I would like fall asleep in the motel room, I would like, and then that sucks. That sucks when you've got opposition authority. And so after a lifetime of that, after 20 years of being a drug addict, or being like, you know, opposition authority or a crazy punker or something like that, you see this like fork in the road where you're like looking at the fucking the fucking double barrel shotgun barrel, the double barrel shotgun barrel. Right in the face of a 10-year fucking prison sentence for something that you either didn't do or you don't feel that you should face so much time for, like mandatory minimum sentencing and shit that they fucked up this country with, and all the prison industrial complex shit that they do, or a judge with a finger on the scales, or your 7th DUI, or whatever the fuck, right? And so you see a light at the end of the tunnel. You're like, well, I'm at war with them. They're at war with me. They're about to put me in jail for 10, 15, 20 years or whatever. So I'm at war with them. They're at war with me. If I say that I'm not a member of their country anymore, I can just full-blown opposition authority them. You know, I can oppose their authority and just get done with the fucking, you know, with the pretense that I haven't been in opposition authority to them my entire goddamn life. I was thinking this like my best friend would say it. Or Jello Biafra, and I, you know, and I've been that like my entire goddamn life. You know, it's kind of insane, but I mean it is true. And so yeah, those pig shoppers need to keep their fucking cameras out of my fucking face. Is how I feel about them, kind of. The pig shoppers in the sky shouldn't be fucking giving us radar tickets and stuff like this. You know, I'm sorry, but I feel 1984 about them a bit. So like, you know, and trust me, I learned the hard way after 27 years of it. The only thing that happens to you is you just get savagely fucking savaged. That's all that happens to you. You lose your heart and soul. You become this career criminal. You go to college. You fucking flip in. You flip out. You fucking learn everything. And you stay that way. And you look at every hustle like it's some tool, or like it's a fucking, like it's literally, you look at every hustle like it's some kind of stepping stone over the river that's going to wash you away, like Arwen washes away the, you know, the Nazgul and outside Rivendell and stuff, like you know, and you just don't want to get washed away, so you hang on to anything, any stepping stone, money, hustles, it doesn't matter what it is. You don't want to get destroyed by your government or the system. You don't want to be thrown in jail for possession or some stupid ass shit, fucking mandatory minimum sentencing or any of the bullshit that the fucking prison industrial complex came up with to fucking crucify its own people. But trust me, those things are there for a fucking reason. This is the way the people accepted it. It's the way the people want it. It's the people want our criminals to be brutalized. This is what the people want. You can't go against it. The opposition authority is just not wise. It's the most emotionally intelligent thing I can fucking tell you. As a survivor, as an ex-drug addict to 2 different fucking crazy substances, methamphetamine and fucking heroin and stuff, like I don't, you know, I don't fuck around anymore. But understand, having survived all of it, I understood that the one thing that I thought I could do, which was like go up against them, I thought I had the strength, the power to do it, like the come to Jesus power of just, you know, fucking like being like, no, I know better than you, come to Jesus, like I'm Jesus or something like that. No, you're not special. It took a long time for me to understand. No one's really truly special. After your well, it's not brief, but after your long period of a life between, you know, 50 and 105 years, something like that, whatever the fuck, however long people live or whatever. Your life is significantly long, and it spans a significant time, and it's, you know, it's a real thing, and it matters to the world that we're here, and and every single human is extremely important to the entire wheel, the entire interest net, the entire deal. But going against the waves at the beach is a good way. I guess this is a good way to say it. Going against the waves at the beach is a good way to eat sand. Did I say it right? I think I did. Going against the waves at the beach is sort of a good way to eat the sand. If you like eating sand, then go against the wave.
Drive active.
After eating 27 years of motherfucking sand and being tossed around against the bottom of the motherfucking ocean, blow, right up against the fucking sand and the shale and the rock and stuff, like blow, blow, right up there on the reefs where I'm trying to surf. After getting smashed against the bottom of the fucking sand for all of my life, right? I can say to you very, very, very clearly, and with quite a lot of self-awareness and actuality in all this, and just self-actuality, that yeah, if you want to go against the waves at the beach, you're gonna eat fucking sand. Does it make sense? That's the system for you. You go against the waves at the beach, then everybody wants to be there. They want those waves. They want people to feel bad when they do something like break the law. Everybody wants those waves there. It's actually crazy. Everybody wants the waves at the beach. It's insane, but they do. They want the waves at the beach to toss you around and smash you up against the bottom of the fucking ocean floor as you're tossed around by the wave and you're ripped in by the undertow. Everybody wants those waves to be there. Without them, we don't have society's fabric and all this stuff. It's actually crazy. And yeah, if you go up against the waves at the beach, get prepared to eat sand. It's an apt metaphor. I think my best friend would like it. You go up against these waves at the beach, where you expect to see waves like the prison industrial complex. You know that anybody who ever catches a charge is in for some fucked up shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows it. And yeah, you catch a charge. I caught charges. I was in for some fucked up shit. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knows it. Everybody knows what it means. And if you're in for a bad charge, you'll look for light anywhere, light from any way. The sovereign citizen stuff is that light. If you've never been that fucking desperate, you don't understand the light. And it's weird, and usually it's because you're a criminal. It's insane.
The majority of people who try to do these things are people who have a
criminal past
that they don't know how they're going
to. Now notice I said it before he said it. This is a brand new video, came out an hour ago. Now he has a script and he's reading somebody else's information and stuff. I'm quoting it before I hear what he says, didn't I? I said it's if you're dodging a charge, it's almost always if you're dodging that charge that's going to lay you out and smash you up against the bottom of the seafloor. But understand, you don't go against the fucking waves. The only thing you should expect when you go up against those fucking waves, you might think that you can stand against them. It'd be like, we all did this as kids at the beach. We all go up against the wave and we're like, I'm gonna stand against it. It won't knock me over. Sure enough, it did. It knocked your ass over. It always fucking does. Understanding this fucking reality about life is emotionally intelligent. It should be in your goals. It should be this critical thinking that you should aspire to all the fucking time. Yeah, if I'm going against the waves, are they smashing me up against the bottom of the fucking seafloor? Am I eating sand? Technically, you don't really want to eat sand. It gets in your fucking teeth. It makes you sick, kind of. You're like, bleh, you're like spitting it out, and it's like, bleh, eating sand. It's not too good. It sucks. It sucks when you eat sand. That's my metaphor for getting fucked up by the system, right? But don't go against the wave, and you don't eat the sand. It took me all my life to get to that, and I fought it. I was like, nah, I'm strong enough. I'm Jesus Christ pose. Like Soundgarden say, like Chris Cornell, rest in peace. I have the Jesus, I'm alive inside in a Jesus Christ pose. Jesus Christ pose. I have the Jesus Christ fucking egomaniacal thing like everybody else the fuck does. You understand? So I believe I know better. I believe I can go against the fucking wave and stand against it. But nah, you go against the wave, you eat the fucking sand. Trust me, it's all I've ever had to learn. It was the one thing I needed to learn. It took me 27 years. You go against the wave, you eat the fucking sand.
I can afford a lawyer, so
fucking sucks. Like no. This isn't a way to get out of it. Trust me. The last thing you want to do is piss off a U.S. sovereign judge. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care if you're a sovereign citizen or not. Don't piss off a fucking sovereign judge. You want your freedom. You value your freedom. You think it's funny to catch 40 years in a motherfucking jail cell? I don't. I think people kind of think like freedom is this thing they can just pass off like it's currency or something. They just throw it away out the window like money, or like making it rain or something like that. Like your decency or time or your life's power or your freedom isn't worth something. But no. You can't just throw away 30 or 40 years on a motherfucking gamble to go against the wave that's going to make you eat sand anyways. The wave will put diesel down your fucking chimney. That's the wave that I know. They'll put diesel down your fucking chimney and light that match right on 9 News. Right on 9 News. So don't go against the motherfucking wave. It's my motherfucking lesson to you. I don't care how fucking extreme you are. Don't go against the wave. Trust me. 27 years of it and all the sorrow, all the tears, 2 tears in the bucket, motherfuck it. Right? Two, that's literally almost my life's motto. I had to realign that one to everything will be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it's not the end. But for a long time, I thought 2 tears in a bucket, motherfuck it. It's just another long line of motherfucking sorrows. The human race, the prison industrial complex, the politicians, all of them. It's just a long line of fucking a man of constant sorrows. Right? But no, I had to realign it. Like, everything will be all right in the end. If it's not all right, it's not the end. And with this, you can understand that if you go against the wave, you eat the fucking sand.
That their secret money.
I don't know how else to say it to the TikTok generation without sounding like a rapper. So I just try to sound like a motherfucking rapper. I try to sound like Dr. Dre or something. Like I'm trying to spit game, like Lil Wayne, like play your position or something like that shit. Like a drug dealer trying to give you fucking tips about staying alive in the game and stuff. So here's my ex-drug dealer shit. I dealt with the system for 27 fucking years. I've hunted cops and fucking stood toe and toe in the motherfucking cell with them. Like, understand. Like, you know, go against the wave, eat the fucking sand.
Get from the government, and they have no choice but to hope it's real. And the vast majority
yeah,
of them,
I had no choice to believe that I might be able to actually fight my government to get out of my problem with the government, which I thought was unjust. I was like, you plan to throw me in jail for 10 years and charge my fellow citizens that much tax money to feed me 3 square meals a day while you stick me in jail for 10 years on nonviolent drug offenses? I don't really see a difference between you and goddamn the Gestapo. Or the SS. I don't really see the difference between the American civil liberty fucking system, or the American system, and say Nazi Hitler Germany. I don't really see the fucking difference. The prison industrial complex. I don't really see a difference between that and Auschwitz is worse. Definitely fucking worse, but I don't see the difference really. It's the same sorrow caused on another, it's the same kind of sorrow caused on another. It's the same suppression of a mass amount of people. It's not the same people, but it's the same sort of mass suppression of people. If the people want to do drugs, who the fuck cares? What do you care if they do drugs? You really need that much control. You're God. You need to play God. You want to be that much of a fucking control freak? You have to tell people that that they can't do drugs. You're fucking stupid. They're human beings. These monkeys are gonna fucking do whatever the fuck they want to do. Your prison industrial complex and your drug war killed this goddamn country. I'm gonna get off of it before I end up in Ruby Ridge. You know what I'm saying? You understand? I have to suppress my fucking hatred of this goddamn government so much it boils in my blood. I could fucking live off the energy. I wouldn't need to eat or drink or sleep for the rest of my life. I could boil off the energy of the hatred I have for these people. Understand? But I'll hit you with the emotionally intelligent thing that my best friend would want me to say. Fuck with the waves, eat the sand. I don't eat the sand anymore. Don't fuck with the wave. We're good. The wave helps me these days, honestly. We went from the wave trying to kill me to the wave trying to help me. The wave is helping me stay alive right now. And so, yep, don't fuck with the wave. You don't eat the sand, and the wave will take you right out the way, which way you want to go. But I mean, seriously, don't fuck with the wave. Don't fuck with the wave, or you eat the fucking Ruby Ridge sand.
Funny courtroom videos, right? That's how I found out.
There's been times in my life where I strapped up, put it in the motherfucking trunk, gave everything I owned to some girl or some person that I knew, told them goodbye, I love you, I'll never see you again and shit. Had gone to war with the motherfucking government, hunted police and shit like that. You ever actually done that? Like lived that? I wish I was kidding. You ever actually gone and done it? Like actually gone against them? It's fucking scary. You ever actually done it? And I didn't have the fucking sage advice that I do now, which is don't fuck with the fucking wave if you don't want to eat the fucking sand.
about him in the first place. But on pretty much every other side of it, it's either something evil or something tragic. If there is a fourth kind of sovereign citizen, if there's the 1 in a million out there who thinks this is real, who does not have any, preconceived
inhibitions
that
or
makes them think this way, if they
no.
earnestly think that the government...
It's people that are being ostracized by the government through legal action or criminal actions, such as Ruby Ridge, or when they pour the gasoline down the roof and stuff. Those are the people that are vindicated because they are in a battle with the government. And so, they are in a battle with the government. They fuck with the wave. They're eating the sand. And didn't they? All of them, from David Koresh to Militia Guy to motherfucking Oklahoma City bombing. We needed to be a lesson to pieces of shit like this. You fuck with the wave, eat the sand. After 27 years, the one thing I could say is, I fucked with the wave. I ate the sand. I'm a good citizen now. I took my citizen's arrest and I went and I did all my time and all this, right? And I fucked with the wave and I ate the sand. And after eating the sand, I can tell you, don't eat the sand. Don't eat the sand. Don't fuck with the wave. It'll knock you over. You'll eat the sand. Don't fuck with the wave. It's like fucking with the waves at the beach. You can't stop the wave. It's stronger than you. It's bigger than you. It's a sea of humanity that will wash over you like some kind of goddamn veritable Noah's fucking flood. And it sounds biblical because it is. Don't fuck with the fucking system. Don't fuck with the wave or you eat the sand. I don't know how else it's like the best metaphor I know how to say it. Don't poke the bear.
Government is a super evil corporation that they can just follow the right paperwork. It's so frustrating.
Yeah,
because
the other reason that this is frustrating is once you get out on the other side and you're a law-abiding citizen again and you're not in a battle with the government anymore, once you get out on the other side, you feel like us again as opposed to us and them. So you feel like we as opposed to us and them anymore. Like that happened to me in the last couple of years. I was like, now I feel like we with my government. Like I need to care what happens to them, even though I don't believe they love us or want us to be happy anymore. I do think that, I do love my government in the respect that like they are going to fuck me if I don't. You get it? You understand? They'll fuck me if I don't. They'll fuck me in my fucking ass. They fuck me in my fucking ass all of my goddamn known adult life. I know what they'll do if I don't. I know what I do. I play this kid's conspiracy video and it riles up my blood and I think about it all the time. But understand, I know better. I don't fuck with the wave. I don't fuck with the wave. I'll be the first conformist out there to be like, yep, ex-punker singer got fucked by the system. They held 10 years like a fucking guillotine over my fucking head. Destroyed my girlfriend's life. Destroyed my mother's life. Destroyed all my best friends' lives. Tore us apart. Had another friend, I lost him. Just like death started happening and all this fucking carnage and fucked up shit and loss and drug addictions and people with deviated septums, holes in their septums from their drug use and shit like this and fucking charge sheets 28 charges long, my rap sheets 28 charges long and all this stuff. And it was just a veritable brimstone situation. It was sand and brimstone. I fuck with the wave. I ate the sand. So then when you get out on the other side, after you eat the sand, and you get it pounded down your fucking gullet, you get slammed down at the bottom of the seafloor with all the other fish, right? You get slammed along the bottom of the fucking ocean. You thought you could fly high or not get knocked over by the fucking wave or that you didn't fucking crawl along the bottom of the ocean with all the other fish. And no, it's Finding Nemo. You're Nemo. Trust me. And you don't fuck with the wave or it's Finding Nemo. Trust me, it is. It's Finding Nemo. Don't fuck with the wave or you eat the sand. Don't fuck with the wave or it's Finding Nemo. They don't ever find you again. Your friends, your family, they don't ever find you again. The minute I started actually battling the government, I didn't ever see any of my friends or family again. It took 7 years. Goddamn veritable Iliad, Odyssey type fucking situation and stuff. Fucking Hugh, Jason, the Argonauts and shit. It's just fucking insane. It was like that. It was like 7 years of fucking blood and torture and problems and fucked up shit. It was insane. Death and violence and drug addiction. The loss of everything I've ever valued. Just lost. Gone. Completely gone. Almost everything. I still have my friends. That's it. I got my friends, I got my career that I built since then after I took work among the villages of men and yearned to go back to my mountain home that they burned and torched, threw us all in jail for drug fucking addiction and bullshit like this, and torched us on the streets on the fucking micro level and killed the lower class. And like, I hate them for it. Trust me, I'd burn them for it. I'd blow up the Lindsay Flanagan courthouse. I'll say it right on the motherfucking stream. I won't do such a thing ever. It's not some threat. But trust me, like, but that's how deep the anger goes, because that's where they tried to fuck me for 10 years. I had to come back to that building 57 times. I counted 57 times. Fucking disgusting. For what? Smoking fucking meth. Come on now. How much tax money did that cost us? I mean, how much time and fucking training and fucking people costs? I mean, what's that cost in actual fucking people cost? You guys ride like it's cool. It's not fucking cool. It's not cool. You guys fucked my entire goddamn generation and everybody else younger. And I'm the oldest of the youngest millennials. You guys fucked me. You fucked me in my fucking ass over drug possession. And I really fucking hate you over it. I hate you more than Avi Hoffman hated you over it. I fucking hate you. I sit and I meditate sometimes about the holy war that I have with you over it. I hate you. I fucking hate you. I meditate over the holy battle that I have with my fucking government and that system they fucking torched me with. It killed everybody that I know. Almost everybody. Fucking disgusting. So yeah, look at your weird Sodom and Gomorrah prison industrial complex, and I'm like, nah. No. I've stopped fucking with the wave. I stopped eating the sand. I stopped getting bowled over and embarrassed in front of everybody. I stopped fucking with the wave. I stopped eating the sand. It's a good lesson. It's that or Ruby Ridge.
They're so close.
You go toe-to-toe with one of them in a cell. That's what it is. That's what it actually is. It's not some joke. You go toe-to-toe with them. Who do you think the fuck wins? The 30,000 government people or you? Let me spoil the game. They pour diesel fuel down your fucking chimney and dance while they light the fucking fuse. And the public cheers them on, too. Public thinks it's funny.
Right.
I mean, it is funny. Not the fucking diesel down the chimney. The system. The system's funny. If I can't laugh at it, I'd be dead. You understand?
Yes, the government
Worst thing I can conceive of.
does make laws that benefit them and do things for profit. That's great. What are you going to do with that information? And then they're like, I'm going to file a 1099 that gets me $20 million. And it's like, okay. Most of the time with these cases, the people become the very thing that they accuse the powers at be being capable of, right?
Yep.
They say that the government is full of these evil leaders who
Yeah.
are running their secret courts and then stealing money.
No, I don't propose that the government is evil. I say that the government doesn't love us or want us to be happy anymore. I don't think they care about that aspect of our lives. I don't think they care about whether we live or die or whether we're happy or not. I think they have too much on their mind. This is why we do stuff like kill HMO executives.
And their response to that,
And it's fucked up. I mean, I'll burn for saying it, but I mean, like, it's fucked up. But that's why, like, we do shit like this, because they have to learn. You've been hurting us way too bad with your systemic suppression. From the HMOs and the health system to the poverty and the food and the rent. I mean, it's been suppression. You killed the lower class. Sometimes I have to pray to God or whatever the fuck is left that's holy or whatever's there, love or my ex-girlfriend or whatever the fuck I believe in. Sometimes I have to pray to my father's grave and everything. It's insane. I have to like fucking pray that I'm not the one that has to do the battle with them. You know, I pray it's not me. I do. I pray it's not me because I'm fit. I'm cut for it.
is to create these
I pray it's not me. I say things to you like fuck with the wave, eat the sand. You know, I say those things on purpose because I did fuck with the wave and I did eat the sand.
courts where they elect to hang people on their own and then use fake checks to steal money. It's like so many of them aren't mad that the government has some super.
I stayed out of their jail because I threatened, cajoled, and fucking convinced and used love and support and friendship ties and all kinds of commitments mainly. I burned all the bridges that I had. Every last one that I had. Got no one left. Not a single one. Not a single one. You can hear from the silence. It's hilarious. Not a single one left, right? I had to burn every last bridge I had to survive what they did to me. It was insane. I torched family members them where I'm not even related to. I went to war with them. It fucking sucked. I needed support. I needed bailouts. I got bailed out like 7 times. Like I needed like I went to war with them. They all knew. I don't know what it was. It was something weird and sick inside of myself. Opposition authority. I believed that I could fuck with the wave. Nope. Eat the sand.
Superpower. It's that they just want to have that superpower. But for the like 5 sovereign citizens out there who are goodwill,
you're going to tell yourself all your life that you're Luke Skywalker. You are a unique snowflake like Luke Skywalker. That's the funny thing. I really believe this. I think everybody out there is a unique Luke Skywalker snowflake, or is at least capable of doing so, unless they've destroyed themselves on drugs or something like this or whatever, right? Like I really do think that people have, you know, really that everyone has that potential, right? Everybody could be Luke Skywalker or Leia Organa Solo or I don't know, fucking Aeon Flux, right? Anybody could be these things, but should you fight that evil empire as they kill every last Jedi, kill all your friends, imprison you, chase you across the goddamn galaxy, investigate and deep spy and Gestapo into everything that you do, and sick Darth Vader on your fucking ass every time that you break a law? Should you fight the Empire? The answer is no. It sucks. It's an anti-punk thing to say. It sucks. It's loser talk, kind of. But no, don't fuck with the wave. You'll eat the sand. It's better to be the example, be the change that you wish to see in the system around you. Be that change. If it's not there for you, make it there. That is what is required. You cannot rewrite this. You cannot burn it. You cannot January 6th it. You can't rewrite history. You can't do any of that. You can't.
Just want to find a way to win in the world. I promise you there are better ways to go about it besides whatever all of this was. And honestly, I don't know what all of this was. I have been on a bender reading about this whole thing. This video started as, oh, these courtroom videos are kind of funny. I wonder what that's about. And then it got to Moorish science temples and standoffs.
This is how life, trouble travels in threes, right? There's the problem that you know about. The problem, and I wrote a song about this called Trouble Travels in Threes. You know, Trouble Travels in Threes doesn't come up that often. So let's play it on my channel. It's my fucking song, so I can play it on my channel if I want to. It's my motherfucking song. It's DMCA, unless you're the artist. Trouble Travels in Threes, right? Trouble travels in threes. I wrote this a year ago. So I wrote this song because it's about the third trouble that you don't know about. There's the trouble that just happened. There's the trouble that is caused because of the trouble that just happened. And then there's the true nightmare, which is the trouble that travels in threes. It's the trouble that you can't see coming. It's the third problem that you can't possibly predict because it's coming out of left field and it's from something from a long time ago or some problem that you ignored or something like that. I love this song. I love this song. I made this song shitty on purpose because I don't want to be famous. Fuck these assholes. I wrote the song and people thought I was just fucking around and trying to be some jack off on YouTube, but no, like fucking I wrote the lyrics out and everything. As I grow more mature and begin to see the world around us for what the fuck it is, I realized that I wasn't the only winner here. There were other greater fools. I got so used to seeing people who give up at the first sign of trouble. As I grow better, stronger, I note with heavy regret and sorrow that trouble travels in threes, and you can't ever predict the third trouble. This is why you don't fuck with the wave. You eat the sand, but the problem is the sand is the trouble that travels in threes. You can't ever predict it. You don't. It's gonna eat you alive. It's the wave that knocks you over. You can't see it coming. And trust me, I lived all my life trying to avoid the trouble that travels in threes. Mature, and I begin to see the world around us for what the fuck it is. I wrote this song. I realized that I was not the only winner here. Were other greater fools. If you also want to give up at the first sign of trouble, insurmountable odds, violence, greed, or worse, a loss of that which you care most about, be it for the win or otherwise, and this is how I feel about the system. You now have a sickness that I feel only the positivity and kindness of those around you could ever possibly cure. Telling the others on this battlefield of light that they've lost already is the worst sickness known to man. And that sucks, and that's exactly what I'm doing when I say fuck with the wave, eat the sand. Don't fuck with the wave, don't eat the sand. It sucks telling the others on this battlefield of light that they've lost already. But I mean, that's what this situation has become. You've lost already. If you have to fuck with the system, you've lost already. It sucks when it sucks when it becomes like that. It almost becomes like that you stare into the abyss and the abyss stares back into you, and you're looking at Cthulhu or something like that. You're looking at the prison industrial complex. It's this Cthulhu of dark sorrow dreams meant to farm the sorrow out of everybody around you. And and going up against it is a really noble thing. And we need the sunlight. We need the sunlight shed on the problem. We do. But understand, fuck with the wave, eat the sand. And eating the sand isn't the second travel that you can already see. It's the third travel. The troubles in the trouble. It's the third. It's the third trouble that travels in threes. It's kind of crazy. I got so used to seeing people who give up at the first sign of trouble. As I grow better, stronger, I know with heavy. I don't pretend that I'm not broken. I don't need to finish the song. I don't like the song because it's like, to me, it's the ravages of what's left. It is the trouble that travels in threes. It's like the song itself is trouble that travels in threes. It's like, I don't like it very much. I don't like that song very much. It's far too dark. It's not usually my style. Well, I mean, it is my style, but it's not. It's not the anger or the disdain that I wish to show the world. It's what's left after the world.
Somehow for me, and yeah.
It's what's left after the world, which isn't much. Broken shell of a man, everything he ever loved or valued taken from him, his mountain home burned.
Yeah. I don't know.
Like the water is gone. We live lives of drought. the politicians are just the thieves in our own temple now, and like the loss, it was something that I was strong enough to deal with and always have been stronger than. I've always been stronger than the loss or any of this fucking what do they call this, any of this darkness or whatever, I've always been stronger than the darkness. I roll like Luke Skywalker. I've always been stronger. I never adopted the darkness into my soul like they did when they did this shit. All I wanted to do was get high. That's it. You can crucify me and throw me up against the wall and, chains and churches and all this stuff, but it doesn't really matter. The more systems that you squeeze with that grip of yours, the more systems slide through your fingers. It sucks, but it is true. The more you try to squeeze with that death grip of fascism, the more little fishies are gonna fucking squeeze right out through your fingers.
I don't know how this became what it is, but I wasn't going to do all of that and not tell you all about it. So you're welcome for whatever suffering I just put you through, and good, I hope it hurt. But jokes aside, I hope you enjoyed this silly little video, and above all else, thank you for watching. This was such a strange little foray into
very brave. I loved it. Very brave. I loved it. Very brave. I loved it. Get back to the YouTube drawing board. We'll put this on the screen. PTR overview of Relic Armor Heraldry and New Broker and more patch news, test server patch notes. I don't really like Wolfsight that much, but this is a stupid video. Okay, what if we welcome back? Kind of an awkward video.
Okay, what up, friend?
Hey, we got another Kira TV the next day.
Windows, welcome back. Kind of an awkward video to make 2 days after making a video called Why I Quit YouTube. And I don't know what I'm going to call this one, because it seems like
this is a
either
stupid
people
video.
just read the title, or maybe skimmed the video, or maybe I didn't explain things as clear as
Thank you, Kira, for the excellent content from my stream. I've liked and subbed to your channel.
Should have done, which is sort of what
one of my best friends is also named Kira.
happens when you just open OBS and record yourself talking to a camera.
I say this because I'm scared that she might be in the channel.
But this video is probably going to have to be why I didn't quit YouTube. Or
she isn't,
but
live your life like, okay, this is how to be a streamer, right? Live your life like all of your best friends are sitting in the room with you, because they might be, and you'll be a good streamer. You'll be good.
She's crazy.
If you're living your life like all of your best friends might be listening to every word that you might say right now, you're gonna do okay. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna do good. You're gonna be good.
2 days later.
But if you live like you're on a podium and you're speaking down to people, you won't do so well. But if you're living your life like you are speaking to all of your best friends, like they're in the room with you when you're doing your fucking streamer talk like I'm doing right now, you'll do okay. You know what I'm saying? But you must understand, it must be observed. Live your life as a streamer like all of your best friends are in the room with you, listening to you right then and there, and your content will be good, even if it is like hot air like I'm doing right now.
But the purpose of that video was to outline...
This is my favorite streamer because it takes real balls to not... it takes real balls to it's better to be a loser than a spectator. You didn't make it. You didn't make your goal. You didn't do it, didn't reach your goal. Your heart is broken. You're an asshole. In the end, you didn't have what it takes. So here's to you and your huge mistakes. You're humiliated, hollowed out, and exhausted. You were in the ring fighting the fight and you lost it. This isn't your time. This wasn't for you. At least you did everything you could do. You're a loser but a dreamer. You're tired but you're strong. You're going on no evidence. You don't listen to common sense. You went all in. And you were wrong. You were such a loser. Good for you. It's something that a lot of people can't do. Trying is hard, that's why people don't do it. Losing is hard, they can't make it through it. But not you. You are such a loser. You are such a loser. Here's to you, 'cause you deserve a cheering section too. Throw your heart at it, so what if you break it? You know now that you're strong enough to take it. Don't let it break you, don't let him break you. Fake it, keep going until you have a breakthrough. Icarus is bullshit, that's why it's called mythology. People can't stand genius without an apology. Fuck that, fuck them, go what you want to get. Let them stay home and comment on the internet. You're a loser but a dreamer. You're tired but you're strong. You're going on no evidence. You don't listen to common sense. You went all in. You were wrong. You were such a loser. Good for you. It's something a lot of people can't do. Trying is hard. That's why people don't do it. Losing is hard. They can't make it through it. But not you. You are such a loser. You are such a loser. Here's to you. 'Cause you deserve a cheering section too. You can only fall that far 'cause you set yourself up so high. Who really cares that this time it didn't fly? At least you tried, at least you tried. At least you're not that guy watching from the side who thinks he's doing better 'cause he wasn't defeated, when he's just a non-entity who never competed. You're the one who's out there reaching for something greater. And you know, it's better to be a loser than a spectator. Did I get this right? Garfunkel notes. Yep. Garfunkel and notes. I said what I meant to say. I want people like him to stay around, so I try and help them with the best advice I can give, which is, you know, Icarus is bullshit. That's why it's called mythology. People can't stand genius without an apology. And it's true, they can't. They need you to apologize when you're better than them. They do. They want you to feel sorrow and be attacked and harassed and feel like you're on a shaky ground all the time. But, you know... Icarus is bullshit, and that's why it's called mythology. It's bullshit.
Why things have been the way that they have been, which has been months of no uploads, months of one upload per month on a channel where I was previously doing 4 videos a month, and basically why I fell out of love with doing YouTube and things like that. And a lot's changed in 2 days, which sounds crazy, but also that video wasn't about me specifically... oh, I'm done now, which is from the comments what I took away from a lot of what people were saying was they thought I was saying, you know,
no, fuck no,
it's over, I'm leaving. But it was more about like how I'm going to try to get back to enjoying YouTube.
You know, I left a comment on this other video that was good. Why I quit YouTube.
Welcome back.
What did I say? I think I said something here, but I think he erased the comment, or it's just lost, or maybe I did erase it. No, I think he erased my comment, which is okay, or I did, one or the other. It's good that it's gone, honestly.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. Kind of an awkward video. But for the first couple of years of doing it, I was earning better money than I was after I hated doing it. And I found a way to you know, bridge that and still enjoy while I was doing it. And it was just that all this stuff happened that I just sort of flicked a switch in my brain where I turned it into, this is now just a job. And clearly, when that happened, I lost passion for researching things, looking into things, making things that was enjoyable to me, because no longer was YouTube that. And the idea of the video the other day was to say, I'd quit in early 2023. I was just going through the motions to just make the money. Not all the time, but obviously most of the time I just kind of didn't want to be involved in it anymore. And I think having seen the response from people privately and publicly, like a ton of people left really nice comments and said that they really enjoyed the videos, I thought there's got to be an easier way than just stopping, right? There's got to be something you can do, because at least if you try something and it doesn't work out, you can try other things, or you at least gave it a try, as opposed to just being like, you know, fuck it, whatever. So having said that, with all the responses, of course not all of them were nice, that's just the nature of the beast. I figured with some other circumstances that have changed, which I found out about today, why not just outline the plans going forward? What it was originally going to be was I have a whole bunch of videos just waiting to be uploaded to the Kira TV, you know, the video essay channel, and a couple of videos waiting to be uploaded, and a couple that I wanted to record for this channel that'll probably start going live an hour or two after this video is seen. So if you're seeing this video, you won't be confused by some more videos popping up after I said I quit. You can probably hear the cat in the background now. So you shouldn't be confused. You know, I didn't quit now. I quit a year and a bit ago and just went through the motions. A lot of people in sending me messages privately and, you know, emails and things like that. I physically couldn't reply to everybody, but I'm still getting through to it. So if you did send me an email or a DM, you should get a response, hopefully within the next day or so. Publicly, you know, over 1,000 comments. The vast
I'm never gonna respond to an email.
Nice. It's good to see.
I'm never gonna talk
as
to
content
people.
creators, and
It sucks, but that's just not who. It's just not who I am. I don't get along with most people. I don't think, not fundamentally. I do get along with them, like in terms of like I can be in the same room with them and be positive and happy with them or whatever. But am I like them? No. It's better if we just don't live in the same place or be in the same place. That's all. Me and humanity. That's all.
This sort of any public facing job where hundreds, thousands of people are watching you do anything, it sort of gets lost in the scale of things. The idea of thousands of people independently deciding to watch a video and then leave a comment and just say, we appreciate you, is insane. The human brain, I've said this a load of times, the human brain, we're not designed to be able to get feedback from thousands of individuals, thousands of other humans. We're not designed to have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people subscribing to you. But as you're doing it, as you're growing on YouTube and things like that, numbers just get wacky. Like, numbers are just fucky, and when you see millions of views per month and then those 2 million go down to 1.5 million, it makes you feel bad. But at the same time, why? Because it's still crazy, and it's still this insane thing. And seeing hundreds of people go out of their way, you know, thousands of people go out of their way to say, we appreciate what you do a good thing, you do something that we enjoy, that has value, it does put into perspective that why would I not continue doing that and just go back to what I enjoyed the most, which was not structured. Because I think when everything started going crazy and the YouTube channel started blowing up and making loads of money, and I was getting sponsors left, right and center, and it was just me managing everything, I thought, why don't I, to give myself some more structure in life and to give myself some leeway to do other things that I enjoy? Because at the time I was working like 12 to 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, never had a vacation, 3 or 4 years doing it to grow the channel, and I enjoyed it, but it wasn't healthy, and I was like really burnt out, but I was still I was still having a good time. And then I turned it into something that in my life, structure isn't good. I don't like structure. I don't like having to wake up at a specific time on a specific
neither.
day. I don't like having to do something by a specific time.
I really don't. No, me neither.
Work well in the
I don't like structure. I can't stand structure. I am looking forward to a time in my life when there's no structure at all. I really am. Other people force structure upon my life. I don't want structure. You guys see my life every day. I don't want structure.
apps when I can just do things when I want to do it, and I'll
Sure.
usually do it faster than I would have done if there was some structure there. So in shifting the channel to be something more professional, something it was never supposed to be, something that wasn't as fun for me, I kind of set myself up on a path to fuck everything up, because I was never going to stick to that. Whether it was going to be 1 month, 1 year, or 5 years, it was always going to, you know, not be what I wanted.
Nope.
And that's why I split
Just
the two
random
channels to
produce.
give me and everybody else something of both sides of it. And it didn't, you know, it just didn't work. I mean, numbers wise it did. Objectively it was going the best it had ever been. I just couldn't keep up with it. And then when everything else started happening, like, it was just a cascade of failures and things that didn't need to happen. You know, it didn't need to be the way it was, and I didn't need to handle certain things the way that I did. And I guess the easiest way forward is to just go back to doing whatever the fuck I wanted, which sounds stupid. It sounds super easy.
Nope.
But at the same time, like, the transitions I've been through while doing YouTube have always been unconventional and risky. Like, I went from doing Black Desert Online videos to doing overall videos, to doing overall gaming videos, to doing crypto videos and scam videos and Kickstarter videos, and then video essays. And every time it worked out. But, like, then going backwards from doing something that's like a certain production level or whatever, or a certain expectation from a bunch of people who didn't know me previously for doing that stuff, probably going to be a bit of a growing experience and a bit of a weird one. But that's just what I'm going to do, because, you know, fuck it. So this channel is still going to be mostly unedited stuff, and I think the Kira TV channel is just going to go back to being whatever the fuck I want, whenever the fuck I want to do it. So it'll still be some video essay stuff, it'll mostly be scripted stuff, it'll mostly be stuff that, you know, I've uploaded a few to this channel recently doing like the Star Citizen video, and there's one about to release today as well. And I think that's probably the best way to handle it. Just go back to doing what I enjoyed and not try to be something that I'm not, and not try to make content that always has to be so serious and always has to be, you know, my idea for the channels was I'm not going to accept sponsored videos on the Kira TV channel, because I want the videos to be singular experiences where you're involved, like you're immersed rather.
Yeah.
And people watch the video and then they click off the video and then they, you know, they got a singular story, just like all encompassing, all the details you need. Here it is, consume it, and then you can go away satisfied or not if I've done a...
Yeah, I'm doing stream of consciousness and the MMO lifestyle, and to me that's playing video games all day, sometimes 2, 3 at a time, sometimes 5 at a time. You know, farming, grinding, doing some horse thing or something, or like fishing or whatever the fuck it is, and just chilling the fuck back, absorbing YouTube, absorbing Netflix, absorbing pop culture, trying to get smarter, training my brain, trying to like learn more and more and more about the world, watching like war fronts about politics, watching Philip DeFranco about news, watching like, you know, cryptocurrency stuff from him and all this other stuff, and like just, you know, from Kira and oh nice, yeah, hey, empowered talisman level 3, basic cavalier crest, mount summoning speed, really? Oh shit, oops. Oh. I guess I'll go back and teleport to the next horse race. I'm just gonna keep doing horse racing. What level am I now? Writing is 192. Not bad. So can I use those things now? Those vittles? I'm gonna go look. Because I need to start using them if I do. If I can, I mean. Everfall fast travel.
Terrible job with it. So that being said, I know this is probably going to be quite confusing for people with the I quit, wait, JK, no I didn't quit. Just know that that was not the intention originally. The intention was to let people know why the last, you know, almost 2 years have been weird in terms of content and in terms of direction and maybe lack of direction, I guess, as well as a lack of uploads on channels, and specifically in the last sort of 6 months, it's gotten really bad. And this has been needing to happen for a long time now. It's just a case of I needed to talk about it, and maybe I did need a pat on the ass from people. Maybe I did need people to tell me, you know, go back to doing what you were doing. We enjoyed the videos. We still enjoy the videos. Do whatever you want to do, and there is some value in that. And it's helpful. It's been tremendously helpful. And despite the fact there were some very unpleasant people, you're always going to get it. And I think going forward, if the social media stuff gets crazy again, I'll probably just remove myself from the equation in terms of like Discord and Twitter and things. But hopefully that's not going to be the case, because, you know, maybe the internet will change one day. That being said, going to be recording another video in a minute, going to be uploading another video almost right after this one, so hopefully you enjoy those.
Right on. Hey, there's another video, huh? Oh yeah, this Korean man is FBI's most wanted hacker, and then Hawktua's girls meme coin. Oh my god. Yeah. No,
Welcome
wait,
back.
no, sorry. Go back. We want to do this one. Yep.
When you think
cool.
about hackers, you probably think of a person in a basement somewhere, a dimly lit room with a hoodie on. What you
Nope.
probably don't think of is thousands
Nope, I think of
of North Korean soldiers trained for years for one single job. When you think of success for hackers, you probably think of getting one up on their enemies. But that's what we're going to talk about today. The most successful hackers on the planet, and specifically the most successful financial hackers on the planet, Lazarus Group. This group is responsible for billions of dollars in stolen cryptocurrency in just the last 3 years. They are the boogeyman of the blockchain. If a hack happens, people immediately ask, was it Lazarus? If the hack is big enough, it probably was. But where did they come from? What is their goal? And what is the world doing about it? It all started back in 2009. South Korean political systems, as well as large corporations, suddenly slowed down, crashed, or otherwise stopped working. This was Lazarus, a North Korean nation-state hacker organization created with the sole purpose to wage digital warfare against North Korea's enemies, specifically their neighbors to the
bought
south
the silver.
and the United States of America. This was an entirely unsophisticated attack, but what the North Koreans lacked in experience, they made up for in persistence. The next 3 years were evidence of this, with intermittent attacks on South Korean infrastructure of varying success and severity. The world, of course, was mostly oblivious to this new threat. That is until 2014, which brought their actions to the mainstream Western media attention. A group calling themselves the Guardians of Peace infiltrated Sony's servers, accessing a treasure trove of information about the company, unreleased products and movies, personal identification of over 4,000 employees, and more. These attacks, as well as much malware discovered online over these years, were completely motivated by chaos. But things really started to change in 2016 with their most successful attack up until this point, the Bangladesh bank heist. This heist led to around $1 billion being stolen from illegal SWIFT network transactions from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. 5 of these transactions went through, with around $101 million being routed around Sri Lanka and the Philippines by Lazarus agents. Luckily, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York blocked the other 30 transactions, which totaled over $850 million. And I say luckily because it was purely by luck. These would have gone through if it wasn't for the fact that the hackers misspelled instructions. This could have been a completely different story. However, with this hack, it was clear financial motivations would play a factor in the North Koreans' targets going forward. This was confirmed with the 2017 WannaCry ransomware attack, which lasted for just over 7 hours and impacted over 200,000 computers across 150 different countries. Ransomware like this exists for one purpose and one purpose alone: to extort users and businesses to pay a ransom in exchange for control over their systems and ensuring their files aren't exposed to the public. Due to the attack being shut down prematurely, the financial gain was minimum, but the method by which they attempted to extort payment was to be the next focus of the group: Bitcoin. While asking for just $300 of the digital currency to unlock your system, Lazarus no doubt exposed themselves to the blockchain revolution that gave control of money to the user, not the bank. They saw the infinite possibilities, and their new focus emerged. First, they attacked individual users in South Korea using a method referred to as spear phishing. Spear phishing refers to highly tailored and personalized phishing attempts for individuals or small groups. Imagine one of the emails you receive. It looks really fake and suspicious because it's not tailored to you. It's supposed to be as broadly appealing as possible because they're casting a wide net. The goal is to have you log into what you believe is a real website, input your details, and then you've given access to the hackers to those details that they'll use to log into that website or maybe other websites to gain whatever they're after. Spear phishing instead will use information about you, specifically you, your friends, your family, your interests, your job, whatever they can that they found on the internet or through personal means to try and get access to what they want. This makes the success rate considerably higher. With people's use of social media, putting their lives online, and the level of dedication from such an organized group, they were very successful in spear phishing. But they quickly realized that individuals were small fish in a large pond. I mean, why go after users when you can go after what the users are using? The first instance of this was a $7 million hack of the South Korean Bitcoin exchange called BitThumb in February of 2017. Months later, Ubit, another Korean exchange, filed for bankruptcy after suffering a very similar hack. That same month, the cryptocurrency mining company NiceHash reported a loss of over 4,500 Bitcoin to what many believe was also Lazarus. In today's price, 4,500 Bitcoin would be close to 400 million US dollars. But back then, this was a relatively small hack. From here on, it seemed like Lazarus had found their niche. But according to security experts, what we call Lazarus Group is not a single group of people, but instead 2 different teams with different styles and approaches. While one group focuses almost exclusively on financial enrichment for the government regime, the other group focuses on destabilizing its enemies, predominantly South Korea. These 2 groups are referred to by many different names, most commonly Blue Noroff for the financial side and Ariel for the political side. Both groups are rumoured to have over 1,600 members each, making it a substantial operation that has grown in prowess as each year passes. And why wouldn't they? After all, they're getting massive amounts more funding, and they're spending years in Chinese universities training to do what they do. And with cryptocurrency simply existing, why would they not continue to invest in this? What would previously have been completely impossible, or at least a very rare opportunity, is now readily available. So fast forward to 2022. The previously tiny cryptocurrency market is now worth trillions of dollars. There's more money flying around than anyone could pay attention to. More cowboy developers throwing together protocols with matchsticks and spit, but holding hundreds of millions of dollars in value. It was right there, ready to be exploited, hacked, phished, and ultimately transferred to North Korean operated accounts. The first and biggest hit of the financial side of Lazarus was none other than the Axie Infinity hack of March 2022.
no!
Axie Infinity used what they refer to as a bridge, which is a shortcut in the blockchain world to allow users to interact with their video game without incurring the high fees associated with transactions on the Ethereum blockchain. A bridge would basically allow users to deposit their Ethereum, receive a representative token, spend that on the video game, and then transfer whatever they had back to the bridge to receive the normal Ethereum token once they were finished. I always use this analogy and it's the easiest one to understand. They entered the casino, they handed over a $1 bill, they were given a chip in return. They could spend that within the casino, except in this example, when users went back to the casino to cash out their dollar, they discovered that Lazarus had emptied the vault. All $620 million of user funds were gone in an instant. An absolute insane sum of money, but one that the cryptocurrency world managed to shrug off within days, with the token price associated with Axie Infinity's game barely moving as a result. But just a few months later, Lazarus was back at it again with another bridge hack, this time stealing over $100 million from Harmony's Horizon bridge. Just think of how insane these numbers were. Massive, massive hacks, exploiting vulnerabilities that would not exist in any legitimate or scrutinized financial institution. But as you're about to see, not only did these exist, but they were everywhere. Security researchers found that in the year of 2023, over $300 million of losses linked to hacking incidents traced back to Lazarus Group, which means from 2022 to 2023, Lazarus had stolen over $1 billion in cryptocurrency. That doesn't even account for the June 2023 hack of $100 million from Atomic Wallet or the $41 million hacked from cryptocurrency gambling platform Stake.com. And despite them being a known culprit for so many years of financial theft, 2024 is no different, with Indian cryptocurrency exchange WazirX losing almost $250 million to the North Korean cybercrime organization. The opportunities afforded to Lazarus Group are almost exclusively due to the rise of cryptocurrency, and their operation has shifted drastically to focus on these opportunities. Which makes you ask, what has the world done in response? Well, OFAC placed the group on the specially designated nationals and blocked persons list, which contains tens of thousands of individuals and entities that the United States deem a threat to national security or foreign policy, as well as the US federal government issued indictments for individual North Korean citizens who have been discovered to be part of these hacker groups. So, aside from trying to freeze the money, follow where it goes, and maybe try to catch some people if they leave the country, which they're not going to, nothing really happens. Just like the many hacker groups in Russia who target the world's citizens with impunity, safe within their own borders, they're simply out of reach of repercussions, especially when acting on behalf of their government. With that being the case, Lazarus has not only rose to prominence with insane riches and an infinitely growing list of targets, but will likely continue to do so, with cryptocurrency growing even as we speak, reaching all-time highs for price and adoption. There doesn't appear to be anything that can stop them. But I guess there is one silver lining. Where previously Lazarus was targeting critical foreign infrastructure like medical computers, rendering health services inoperable in emergency situations, now at least they're just stealing cryptocurrency, which is less inconvenient in the short term, but still raises the question, what are they going to do with those billions of dollars that they keep stealing? Either way, thanks for watching. Peace.
Have you ever heard of the South China Sea? If not, it probably won't require too much imagination to locate on the map. If your first instinct would be to describe it as a sea located south of China, you would be right. The South China Sea is an area of some major...
Thank you, Warfront. I'd like to sub to your channel.
According to a brief by the Energy Information Administration, the sea is a goldmine of various highly valued resources. It is one of the most densely packed fishing spots in the world and is also thought to be abundant with hydrocarbons, including natural gas. Despite this, the exact extent of its economic potential, especially in terms of its natural gas reserves, are not yet known. This is because the sea has been underexplored for years. And the reason for this hinges around bitter territorial disputes concerning sovereignty over the area, which have only gained pace in the last few years. Among the many parties to the dispute are each of the countries with nearby coastlines, and also some with not very nearby coastlines. Countries with some claims to the area include China, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Brunei, Vietnam, and even Taiwan. But perhaps the most belligerent party to the ongoing disputes is the People's Republic of China, which seemingly decided to shut down the arguments by establishing sovereignty over the sea outright. How has it done that? By claiming and militarizing a series of islands, some of which China has simply dredged up out of thin air.
Just before we continue with today's video, have you ever wondered, Simon, how do you make these videos so quickly? Well, for one,
I have a team of people helping me. But the second reason is today's sponsor, Gamer Subs, which is a caffeinated drink which is fantastic. They have a whole bunch of different flavors. They sent me so many of these. I was a unnamed competitor energy sports drink wings guy before. That is too expensive. It tastes too weird. And it comes in this container, you open it up, you take a scoop, you put it in with some cold water, just like that, and this is the Arctic Cooler flavor. It's extremely good, and you're good to go, and it's caffeinated. If you don't want caffeine, you can get one of these. This is the Just Melon flavor in non-caffeinated. All you need to do is go to gamersups.gg/warpath. Not sure why it's Warpath. I think they must have misread my channel name, but that's what we're going with. gamersups.gg/warpath. Get some Gamer Subs. And back to today's episode. But before we get there, it's first important to identify just why there is so much furor over a sea with, at best, a few minor islets barely fit for human habitation, and to find out who are the players with a hand in this dispute. Simply put, whoever controls the South China Sea also holds control over the transit which passes through it. It just so happens that that transit connects some of the most significant maritime trade routes in the world. Among the major ports located at various ends of the sea are Manila, Singapore City, Kuala Lumpur, Ho Chi Minh City, Taipei, and more. Huge volumes of cargo pass through this route to each of these cities and nations, and that trade is thought to be up to 1/3 of global maritime traffic, carrying goods worth up to $3 trillion annually. It's also thought that the South China Sea is responsible for some 12% of the entire world's annual fishing catch, despite being only 2% of the sea volume of the globe. This makes it one of the most abundant fishing sites in the world. And if that weren't enough, there is a massive abundance of oil in the sea. Although the dispute has made determining exact quantities difficult, it is thought that the sea contains around 11 billion barrels of oil and 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, although, as mentioned before, this is subject to further exploration to determine the true amount. However, with so much trade and natural resources at stake, this has meant that control over the South China Sea has evolved into a bitter diplomatic dispute, one which has only become more and more bitter as the past few years have progressed. China's strategic presence in the area is centered on a number of islands which it de facto controls, namely the Paracel Islands and parts of an archipelago known as the Spratlys. The Spratly Islands are the most major source of all the upheaval. They're located about 1,000 kilometers away from mainland China and about 960 kilometers from its nearest uncontested parcel of territory. The closest shoreline to any of the islands happens to belong to China's biggest rival for control of the Spratlys, the Philippines, whose outlying island of Palawan is located almost within reach of some of the smallest islets of the archipelago. Despite this, as mentioned before, claimants to the islands are not short in number, and some of the shoals and reefs are controlled by many of the surrounding countries with stakes in the future of the sea. This includes Vietnam, Taiwan, Malaysia, the Philippines, and the Sultanate of Brunei. Practically all of these have built constructions of some kind on their respective islands except for Brunei. China's claim to the islands relates to a rather dubious document known as the 9-Dash Line. This map appeared in the year 1946, just as the Chinese Civil War had reignited and was beginning to move in the Chinese Communist Party's favor. Ironically, the map was conceived not by the PRC, but by the Republic of China, Taiwan's predecessor, and originally appeared as a map with 11 dashes incorporating a total of 90% of the South China Sea's maritime territory, various islands, as well as half of the Gulf of Tonkin, which separates China and Vietnam. However, following the defeat of the Republic of China, Mao Zedong decided to relinquish the claim to the Gulf so as to not annoy the Vietnamese, with whom China was beginning to have closer and closer ties. 2 dashes were dropped from this map and the 9-Dash Line was born instead. The 9-Dash Line has been the source of great controversy, and despite its highly dubious origins, it continues to be passionately proclaimed by the People's Republic of China.
Thank you, Warfriends, for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
The claims
Yep, there we go.
are complicated, and so we won't attempt to pick them apart in full during this video, but largely hinge on the presumed inhabitation of Chinese civilizations of the area going back millennia, based mostly on circumstantial evidence, such as some recovered artifacts and obscure and difficult to translate texts, which seem to suggest some kind of Chinese presence there thousands of years ago.
450.
However, the existence of these civilizations has been dismissed by some observers as simply mythological. But this doesn't stop China, and its preoccupation with safeguarding what it sees as its territory extends all the way down to its domestic school system. As Time described, Chinese schoolchildren are taught that the furthest extent of their territory is Zhengmu in the South Spratlys, which lies roughly 80 kilometers off the coast of Malaysia, and which isn't actually even an island, but is rather just an underwater shoal. It is this sort of obsession which resulted in the emergence of China's militarized man-made islands in the area. But despite all this current furor, the South China Sea dispute didn't really ignite until the 21st century. Until then, the sea was presumed to be a big body of water like any other, with a few uninhabitable islands and otherwise nothing but lots and lots of water. But the dispute was actually set in motion years before by a group of fishermen originating from perhaps China's biggest rival for the islands, the Philippines. In 1947, a group of Filipino fishermen floated near the uninhabited Spratly Island archipelago and discovered that it was abundant in fish. One of these, Thomas Clymer, claimed the island as an independent micronation and his own sovereign territory, and proceeded to reside on the islands with his buddies, becoming fabulously wealthy along the way through its untouched supplies of fish. The territory, under Clymer, adopted the phenomenal title of the Free Territory of Freedomland and existed as an unrecognized state for the next 18 years. It lasted until 1974, when the Filipino government saw the fishing potential of the islands, kicked Clymer off, and annexed the area. The Philippines formally declared the islands part of its territory in 1978. However, soon, they weren't the only ones becoming interested. By that time, the CCP had defeated the nationalist Kuomintang party and driven them to Taiwan, and had been in the process of state building for several decades. Much of China's desire to define itself centered around what it called the Century of Humiliation, the period between 1839 and 1949, wherein China was occupied and divided up by a vast range of different entities. Along the way, China suffered a number of military defeats and atrocity after atrocity, and this sequence of victimhood was something that the state had decided would never occur again. This in turn lent itself to an aggressive sort of foreign policy, which arguably continues until this day. And China soon had its sights firmly set on the sea. China first reasserted its claim to the Paracel Islands, located in the north part of the sea, the same year that the Philippines expelled Thomas Clymer in 1974. It immediately built its first military installations, including an airfield and an artificial harbour on the Paracel's largest island, Woody Island, that same year. Shortly afterwards, North Vietnam triumphed in the Vietnamese Civil War and claimed the Paracels for itself, locking it into a dispute with China that has endured until today. Before long, relations between the two countries had deteriorated to the extent that they engaged in a month-long border war in 1979, albeit one which didn't result in any substantial territorial changes. In the meantime, further south, the Philippines discovered oil off Palawan, which proved the economic potential of the sea, in addition to its unfolding importance as a maritime trade passage. By 1992, China passed a piece of legislation called the Law on the Territorial Sea and the Contiguous Zone, which reasserted its claim to the entire South China Sea based on civilizations dating back to the Western Han Dynasty, existing between 200 BC to 9 CE. Consistent with its hang-up about the Century of Humiliation, China has been on something of a military mega-drive in recent years, driven in part by its desire to be the most potent military force in the world by 2049, the 100-year anniversary of the clinching of power by the Chinese Communist Party. But despite all its historical claims, China's claims to the sea haven't really been well received externally, and much less as the military hardware it's installing. Most obviously, the islands are located nowhere near mainland China, deep in the South China Sea, and closer by some distance to the coastline of Vietnam, the Philippines, and Malaysia. At a quick glance, it would appear understandable why this maritime territory would be contested, given the vast network of islands claimed by different entities present in the area. But a look at the map would suggest that China would have, of all, the weakest claim to the area, if it had any claim at all. Moreover, the legitimacy of China's 9-dash map was rejected by the Permanent Court of Arbitration.
I must pee before the race. I'll be right back.
Which determined China's claims to be baseless and pointed instead to the supremacy of both international maritime law and the exclusive economic zones of the nations party to the dispute.
Oh, 21 seconds. Reach all checkpoints. I'm not sure I'm going to reach this one. It's okay. Oh my god. I didn't realize that I had started it, so I sat there.
The CCP reacted with fury to the court's ruling, rejecting the decision and instead doubling down on its claims. It did so by continuing to use the 9-dash map in all its positioning as regards to the South China Sea, expanding it back to 10 dashes to accentuate its claim to Taiwan, of course, and kickstarting a fervent academic and educational drive behind the validity of the map. But more practically, it did so by pressing ahead to transform the islands it occupied through ambitious militarization projects and deciding to pursue a project of land reclamation and establishment of man-made islands to meet its strategic goals.
Man-made island.
So, China hauled in its mechanic teams and set to work. Already ahead of The Hague's ruling, by 2013, the project took form as China began to uproot and clear away coastal reefs and mangroves on the islands it occupied through a process known as dredging. In order to create inhabitable islands from the isolated sequence of rocks, China needed to first clear and establish a base for construction. And at least this part of the mission went very effectively. Dredging.
Why? Why did we do all this?
Requires massive mechanical equipment to clear away seafloor debris and with it marine life and natural vegetation. China has proven adept at it, cutting through the vegetation at rapid speed and quickly clearing a seafloor fit for the application of landfill. The process it employs in the South China Sea is to slice up the reef and then pump sediments such as gravel and sand through pipes into the newly cleared shallow areas. This process disturbs the seafloor, eliminating marine life and overwhelming the coral reef's capacity to repair itself. And the massive cost to the environment is also something that has bitten China back, as we shall see a little later in the video. It is on this artificially created platform that China has managed to make the atolls into islands fit for human habitation and infrastructure. On woody islands in Paracels, China built modern dwellings, a primary school, a bank, a hospital, and installed mobile communications. It also built an airport, and tourists have been able to visit. It further established communities on the islands, mostly fishermen brought in to exploit the potential of the area. In all, China has reclaimed and converted 7 islands from the sea into habitable locations, reclaiming a total area of around 13.5 square kilometers between the 2 island groups. It is in the Spratlys, however, that China's initiatives have a more nefarious profile. By 2022, China fully militarized the 3 largest reefs there: Subby Reef, Mischief Reef, and Fiery Cross Reef. China has justified its construction by claiming the islands are its territory and therefore fall within its exclusive economic zone, and that therefore what it chooses to build there is not really anybody's business. It has also downplayed the military side of the operation, claiming that the projects being built there are largely serving economic purposes. According to China, the structures it has built in the Spratlys are residences for fishermen, refugees, for maritime wayfarers, and things of that nature. However, satellite images seem to suggest otherwise, suggesting that China has deployed fighter jets, cruise missiles, as well as airfields fit for military hardware, as well as a radar system. It has been further claimed that the so-called fishermen that inhabit the islands are not really fishermen at all, with some analysts concluding that the figures appearing on satellite images, nicknamed Little Blue Men, are actually Chinese military and naval staff strategically positioned so as to cause disruption to maritime trade routes and wreak havoc with the delicate diplomatic balance in the South China Sea. China has stacked the islands with advanced military defense systems such as anti-ship and anti-aircraft missile systems, jamming equipment and fighter jets.
Why?
Landing
and they're sinking?
Heavy-duty aerial bombers and other ominous additions. And naturally, China's building operations and aggressive stance in the area has caused...
That's like Trump building a wall. That's goddamn stupid.
peace. In addition to its long-standing disputes with Vietnam, the Philippines emerged as a bitter enemy of China in the 1990s when loggerheads between the two nations in the Spratlys nearly evolved into open conflict. The first occasion when the Philippines noticed China's intentions were with its militarization of Mischief Reef in 1996. That year, 3 Chinese naval vessels fought a brief battle with a Philippine Navy gunboat near the reef in an incident which marked the first time China engaged in a confrontation with an ASEAN member other than Vietnam. The clash triggered a crisis in Sino-Philippine relations and revived US-Philippine military ties. The dispute has only intensified since then, exacerbated by China's construction of the man-made islands and its increasingly hostile actions against the vessels of other countries, which continued in the past year through several dangerous skirmishes with Filipino ships, which we actually covered in a Situation Room update quite recently. You can check it out if you want to. But even from a Chinese point of view, there are several problems with the project which render the whole thing potentially a bit pointless. For one thing, everyone's rather cheesed off with China for its actions in the South China Sea, coming at a significant and potentially unjustifiable cost to its diplomatic interests. Opposition to its projects has come not only from its historical enemies and rivals such as Taiwan, the Philippines, and the United States, but even other countries not directly within the sphere of influence of its rivals. Vietnam anti-Chinese protests exploded in 2014 after China installed an oil rig close to the Paracel Islands in a location within Vietnam's exclusive economic zone. The protests resulted in the torching of 15 Chinese-owned factories and left 21 people dead. Even Japan has gotten involved, criticizing China's attempts to turn the sea into what it called Lake Beijing, shoring up its military budget and proposing security cooperation with the United States, India, and Australia that would, quote, safeguard the maritime commons stretching from the Indian Ocean region to the Western Pacific. Also, while China has, on occasion, made some rather inconsistent references to the islands being part of its exclusive economic zone, any reference it makes to international law is a sort of double-edged sword. As mentioned before, an international court ruling rejected China's territorial claims based on its 9-dash line, which, if China accepts the supremacy of the EEZs, it must, logically, also accept the court's ruling about its historical claims being complete hogwash. Moreover, there is another ruling which works both for and mostly against China's claims. An international tribunal declared that some of the disputed islands weren't legally islands at all, but were instead low-tide elevations that did not afford any legal entitlement to exclusive economic zones or appropriation of any kinds. In theory, this could work in China's favor. After all, how could China's construction and militarization of these islands be wrong if there are no islands to begin with? However, this would also mean that the exclusive economic zones applied to the islands would fall within the territory of the nearest uncontested coastline, which would leave at least some of China's constructions in the area belonging to the Philippines and Vietnam in particular. It also means that the islands would not be subject to China's territorial boundaries, and that China could have no objection either to the Philippines or US ships making passage through the area under the principles of freedom of navigation. This would mean relative freedom for the Philippines to continue its fishing operations and for the US to conduct so-called freedom of navigation operations, or FONOPs, which are observational voyages sanctioned under international law intended to survey and challenge excessive maritime claims. But another problem